Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. The time is approximately 7 p.m. We'll now call to order the City of South Miami City Commission meeting. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Fernandez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Here.
Commissioner Bonige,
Here.
Commissioner Kaye.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If I could ask the audience to please silence or turn off your cell phones. And if you could please also stand for a brief prayer, followed by the pledge led by Commissioner Rodriguez. Dear Lord, grant me the grace to receive feedback with humble heart. When I'm corrected, keep me from becoming immediately defensive or prideful. Help me to discern the truth within criticism and use it to refine my character and grow in wisdom. Protect me from bitter reactions to harshness, and give me a teachable spirit that looks for the lessons you want me to learn in everything. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you.
Pledge.
Madam Clerk, I believe we have a number of presentations on tonight's agenda, correct?
Yes.
If I could ask you to please call F3, please.
F3, Life Saving Award Officer.
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm going out of order. I apologize. We'd agreed to do public remarks first, I think, at our last meeting, so breaking custom, and I need to get used to it. I apologize. So if we have the sign-in sheet for public remarks. Again, if you've not signed up, you're still welcome to come up and sign up for public remarks. If you don't want to sign up, just make a line behind the podium and we'll recognize you in due course. And just, for those of you who are here on a land use item, we'll take up later in the agenda, you're also welcome to speak when we hear those items as well, contemporaneously. Thank you. Okay, we got two names thus far, Jose Polito and David Landauer. So Mr. Polito, Mr. Landauer, if you want to just come on up, make a line. You're recognized, sir.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Manager, Attorney.
Good evening. Yep.
Can you hear me?
We
Hello?
can now, yes, thank
Good
you.
evening. Always a first time to break the ice.
Not a problem.
Waiting for this day for a long time. And I've lived and had the pleasure of being in South Miami for 31 years. Awesome place. My name's Jose Polito, and I live on Southwest 61st Street between 67th Avenue, Ludlam, and 65th Avenue, right across the street from the South Miami Middle School. Seen the fireworks display for decades. The main reason I'm here is because I'm representing my street, which has 11 residents since 11 houses. And the main reason I'm here is because we clearly need speed humps for traffic control, at least 2 of them, clearly marked. Southwest 61st Street is a street that's right across the street from South Miami Middle School. Recently, because of the speed zone cameras, I've noticed, and I've been there for a while, so I could be the study. Oh, by the way, I could be the study and save you a lot of money. I'll charge 0. So
Thank
I'm
you,
the
we
study.
appreciate that.
I'm the study, and it's clearly marked.
It's on the record.
Yes, no, seriously, you don't need any long study or any, or charge any taxpayer 1 penny. I'm the study, 0 charge. The speed bumps are needed because that 61st Street is a beautiful street, but it's a long street, linear-wise. And the speed cameras, what they're doing is the traffic, which is unfortunately kind of aggressive nowadays, they cut through during the speed zone to a shortcut to cut through to get into Miller. So they go fast. And nowadays, we also have, I have my iPad, I'm an old school guy, pencil in the ear.
So I'm sorry, just to ask, they're going down 61st and then north up 65th?
Yeah, and the clerk was kind enough.
We got
to
your
give you-
apps.
That's
Yeah,
fantastic, so I
thank
was a
you.
little proactive.
Thank you.
And
no.
I'm being proactive because, God forbid, and it hasn't happened yet, that we haven't had a tragedy. We've had pets killed by hit-and-run cars. You know, family pets that have been killed, and we saw them over the years. We don't want children we have a family on our street with elderly people that walk very slow, with middle school kids, with children, with pets. Okay, 61st Street has no sidewalks. It's dimly lit. It's a long launching pad. So they cut through, during school zones, a launching pad to get into Miller. It's it's back and forth. And it's not only non-resident drivers, but resident drivers, and also the UPS, FedEx, Amazon, Uber Eats, and then also now with the electric cars, you don't hear them anymore. Years ago, you'd hear the car and have a fighting chance to get out of the way. I wear neon green and orange to have a fighting chance, and I'm pretty quick still. So I'm just saying, the electric cars, you can't hear them. The electric scooters, the electric bikes, there's no sidewalks. We have our middle school kids going up and down. We have elderly, and we have streets, God bless them, in South Miami that have not one but two clearly marked speed humps with less linear feet, nowhere near a school. So we really desperately need one for decades. So I'm being a little proactive. We don't want nothing bad to happen. We don't want nobody to get killed or get hurt. And if you go down that street anytime, 24/7. So as far as coming to the 4th of July, I've noticed that after the 4th of July or after an event, everybody always wants to rush out, right? Fast. So they cut through also our street. Even though the people with chairs and everything are walking, they're blasting through the street to get out of there. So what I'm saying is, they're going very fast, up and down, and we clearly need traffic control on 61st Street Southwest. 2 speed humps clearly marked would be a proactive lifesaver for everybody, pets, animals, everybody. Okay. So let me see if I went through my notes really quick. Traffic, I told you about the nowadays you can't hear the cars. They really whiz by.
We covered that, so.
Oh, and then 2 speed humps. Oh, and last but not least, I've gone in the middle of the street to try to slow people down, and I've screamed at them. And what do I get? I get not 1, but 2 middle fingers.
Yeah.
They're not up. So let's give them 2 speed humps.
Excellent close.
Thank you.
I think we've got an update from Commissioner Rodriguez. You want to add something?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So,
I have a request of you as well.
Go ahead.
so, Yeah, please.
so just to give you an update, we're neighbors.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we met when I was walking. I submitted, so every time we request a speed hump, we request it to our Public Works, and then our Public Works has to go to Dade County for approvals, because Dade County is basically in charge of all approvals for any MOT, which is movement of traffic or any calming devices.
Okay.
So we're basically at their beck and call of when they approve or disapprove. So just giving you an update. Over a year ago, I already submitted through Public Works for 60, so your street turns into my street, 64th.
Yeah,
So I turn right.
That's the shortcut to Miller.
So right now, from Miller to the turn, there's nothing. And everybody walks their dogs through 59th.
No
So you know
sidewalks.
65th has the stop signs. Twin Lakes Drive has the speed table, which I had adjusted to make it a little bit more bumpy. So right now, the request was put in to put on 64th, because it's the long straightaway from Miller all the way to the curb, and there's 6 homes with kids on them. And I know you live, I know where you live too. You have the kids in front of you.
Sure.
And all that. So right now, imagine it's taken a year. I got on a Zoom call with the head of transportation there. I got in an argument with him because initially I just wanted a 4-way stop. So what we're doing now is, and the Public Works director's here, he knows better than where we're at. Right now, we were approved for a speed hump on 64th. And then we'll have to make a request to see if they will do it further down, because the problem becomes when you reach 65th and 64th, that becomes 61, you have the stop sign there. You have the 4-way stop.
Right.
So
That's
what
a
they're
launching
saying,
pad.
yeah, so what they're saying is that sometimes, so they're saying the distance between 65th to 67th isn't a long enough span for again, this is not us.
No,
If
no,
it
no.
were up to us,
No.
there'd be speed humps
Zero
on
common
every
sense.
street in our city.
No, yeah.
Because we're a cut-through city. Trust me, you're so.
But we have a fighting chance, excuse me with all due respect, we have a fighting chance because we're right next to a middle school. We have no sidewalks. It's just,
So
we
it's-
have the speed camera right there.
So all I-
And it's a long linear footage. So it's a lot of, check the box pros. I mean, we need a speed bump. I've been doing this for, I went to Public Works decades ago. It's the same thing, you know.
So-
I'm being proactive
gentlemen,
because
just-
God forbid something bad happens, then it's gonna get really
Understood.
ugly.
I'm on your team. I'm on your side. Trust me. I know. My son rides bike through there all the time. You've probably seen him ride.
Yeah.
What we'll have to do now is just, we'll have to see and update. I don't know if we can update our request, see where we are, or do a new request to include 61st, the 61st part.
Yeah.
So I'll work with the Public Works Director to see if we can do that. The county will have to do their traffic study and all that. I know you say that you do it, but they'll have to do it.
I know.
But
Whatever
we'll
you
stay.
need from me, if, you know, signatures, whatever, you know, old school, whatever.
So
but
that's,
it's
that would
just so it's
be,
common sense.
that would be our request, because,
Yeah.
so just,
Whatever, it's just logical, man, because.
Yeah.
It's good to get, I
100%.
mean, God forbid, I've been there and I'm like, oh my goodness, my pets are, you know, people, elderly people like walk, you know, really slow with them.
And
It's
by
just-
the way,
it's kinda-
just so you know,
You can't hear the electric
Commissioner
cars.
Bonich also lives on 64th too, on the other side of 59th. So she lives on
beautiful area.
on the north side of 59th. I live on the south side of 59th. So we see the cars passing by. Trust me, we're on it. We're on it as far as trying to get speed bumps there.
Yeah.
So I'll keep you updated and let you know. But we'll have to update our application, or we'll put in a new
Thank you.
application. for
And you
that.
guys know best, you know, it's your wheelhouse, you're the gurus, but, you know, no sidewalks, the middle school, you know, there's so many pluses, you know, the camera, it's just like, I think we have a fighting chance now.
Jose, I think the
because
only
it's
thing,
been
the
decades.
only thing we'll ask of you to wrap up is, because we've had this experience too many times, at least 4 of us, over the last 3.5 years, is we used to spend money on studies before consulting with the public that was affected.
Common sense.
Unfortunately, we have to do that. We've procured technology to kind of test whether we'll meet the county's threshold. So we'll do that. We'll get Mr. Munoz to follow up with you. But it would be helpful if you could collect signatures from your neighbors,
Of course.
because we don't want to go through this process, spend money, and then have neighbors object to having the speed humps installed, which, by the way, you laugh, but it has
No, you're
happened.
right. Yes.
Has happened many times before.
I will do that.
I would just say also, because you get the signatures to approve the speed bump, but you should also get it saying that
Two
they,
speed humps.
yeah, that they'd be okay with having it in front of their house, because that will stop the project. If somebody says they don't want it in front of their house, even if the entire street wants it. So
Okay,
just
well,
a head-
would it be on the property line? You know what I'm saying, like in the middle?
It doesn't matter where it is.
How
If
FPL
it
puts
touches
their
there,
boxes.
I don't want to have any.
You want
I
both sides.
We got to wrap up
Okay.
the conversation, guys.
All right,
We'll be
good,
here.
okay,
I'll leave it on the scene. But I think if you could help us
Of course.
in collecting signatures, hopefully all 11 homes on the street are okay with it. That's the ideal situation, because again, if we have an objector, unfortunately, we are
Correct.
powerless to, I guess we can't override them technically via the interlocal.
Tell
We
me how
have
to
to have,
do
we
it.
have to have a
I'll
public
get it
hearing to
for
do
you
that.
ASAP.
So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your.
Appreciate
listen.
it. Appreciate you
Thank
coming.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Landauer, good evening.
I really came in to talk about the resolution number 5 and misunderstood the instructions.
No problem. You're welcome to sit. We're going to call that item up shortly, and then we'll let you speak at that time. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address this commission in public remarks? Okay, seeing no one in the chamber, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public remarks. If we miss anyone, we'll come back to them. Okay, let's try to quickly run through these presentations. If you can call F3, please.
F3, Life Saving Award, Officer Rosillo and Officer Perez Leon, Chief Hatfield.
Chief Hatfield, you're recognized, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and members of our community. Tonight, it's my honor to recognize 2 officers whose actions embody the very best of the South Miami Police Department and our commitment to protecting life. On April 18th, 2026, Officer Alejandro Perez Leon and Officer Rosillo Alvarez responded to a call involving an unresponsive individual in medical distress. Upon arrival, they quickly assessed the situation and recognized the severity of the individual's condition. The individual was in labored breathing, and without hesitation, the officers immediately began life-saving measures, including the administration of Narcan and other emergency aid as they awaited fire rescue. In those critical moments, their training, their teamwork, and their ability to stay calm under pressure made all the difference. Because of their actions, the individual was given a second chance at life. What makes this recognition even more meaningful is that both of these officers are among our newer members, having joined the department in 2025. In a short time, they've already demonstrated the professionalism, courage, and commitment that we strive to instill in every member of this organization. Policing is not just enforcement, it's service, it's compassion, and it's the willingness to step forward when someone needs the help the most. On behalf of the South Miami Police Department, I want to commend you both for your actions, your dedication, and your pride you bring to this department. Congratulations, and thank you for your service. Commissioners, do you want to get a photo opportunity?
That'd be great. I'm gonna stand back here, Chief.
Yes,
if that's
sir, I
okay.
understand. We'll make room for you.
Appreciate
in
it.
the picture.
Hey, okay?
No, thank.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot your shirt. It's like one of those Zoom calls.
All right, guys. 1, 2, and 3. Hold that. Perfect.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could read item F6, please.
F6, proclamation request Landscape Architecture Month, April 2026.
Great, thank you. I'm going to recognize Vice Mayor Corey on this item. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is a proclamation, whereas landscape architecture involves the planning, design, and stewardship of natural and built environments to create healthy, safe, and resilient communities. Sorry, okay. Whereas April 1st, 2026 is recognized as Professional Landscape Architecture Day, honoring licensed professionals whose STEM expertise supports infrastructure and quality of life in South Miami. And Landscape Architecture Month highlights the profession's impact on parks, streetscapes, campuses, and public spaces across all communities. And as the nation approaches America 250, landscape architects continue to shape and preserve places that reflect our heritage and serve future generations. And licensed landscape architects protect public health, safety, and welfare through responsible design of outdoor environments, including green infrastructure and complex systems. And these professionals play a vital role in addressing climate change through sustainable design that restores ecosystems and reduces long-term public costs. And the profession strengthens South Miami's economy through education, tourism, and development, supported by accredited programs in Florida. Now, therefore, I, Javier Fernandez, Mayor, along with my colleagues in the City Commission, Vice Mayor Brian Corey, Commissioner Lisa Bonich, Steve Kaye, and Danny Rodriguez, do hereby proclaim to observe April 2026 as Landscape Architecture Month.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, for reading that with such intensity.
No problem.
Ms. Suberry, you're recognized, if you can.
Yes, thank
Good
you.
evening.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Mayrene Suberbi. I'm a landscape architect with Vermelho Jamil in Coral Gables, and also represent ASLA, which is the American Society of Landscape Architects, in Miami as a session chair. And I want to say thank you for the recognition, and we appreciate that as a.
Thank you so much, and we're lucky to have very talented landscape architects living amongst us here in South Miami, including those helping us at Curtis and Rogers with our current landscape master plan, so, and Downtown Streetscape. So thank you very much. We'll take a picture. I'll stand in the back again. My apologies for not coming down.
One of the things that we continue to do in the city is have more ability and landscape architects that help us protect and do better with our neighborhoods, as in trees and landscaping and all that. Since you represent an association that does all that, is there any way that we can get some of those people to kind of join some of our design review boards, some of our volunteer boards to really to do more with the city? Would that be something that you can help us connect with? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, if you could help us advertise the openings, that would be great. Thank you so much.
The same, yeah, because we have the same ones over and over.
Okay, are South Miami Wildcats ready? Yep. Come on up. So we're going to have an impromptu recognition of one of our local schools' championship girls flag football team. Ladies, come on up. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, who's the team captain? You are? You're on the mic, young lady. What's your name? Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Kayla Tumont,
Kayla Tumont, and you are?
the quarterback of South Miami
And,
Wildcats.
and the captain. Now, you're not just the South Miami Wildcats, you're the South Miami two-time.
Champion.
There you go, there you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what grade are you in, young lady? What grade are you in?
8th grade.
Awesome. And who's with you? Who are your teammates with you? Can you run us through? Yeah, run us through your name and your position, please. So,
My name is Jalea Brown. My position is a running back.
awesome. And you're an 8th grader as well?
7.
7? Awesome. Okay, great. So she'll be back next year. Come on up.
My name is Jada Norwood, and I'm an 8th grader, and my position is blocker.
Awesome. Congrats.
My name is Anaya Johnson, and I'm in 8th grade, and I'm a rusher.
Awesome.
My name is Fire Hodges. I'm in 8th grade, and I'm a middle linebacker.
Fantastic. Fire. I love it. There you go.
My name is Maylin Marcia, and I'm a blocker.
Awesome.
My name is Isabella Borna. I'm in 7th grade, and I'm a receiver.
There we go.
My name is Olivia Williams. I'm in 7th grade, and I'm a corner.
There you go.
My name is Javay Williams. I'm in the 7th grade, and I'm a running back. My name is Jade Byron. I'm in 6th grade, and I'm a middle linebacker.
6th grader. There you go.
My name is Camila Rivas. I'm in 8th grade, and I'm a rusher.
Coaches, come on up. Gentlemen, introduce yourselves again. There you go.
Camila wore last year's shirt to show that she was on both
Both
last
teams.
year and this
There
year.
you go.
As were quite a few other kids, and we're missing some. Let me get this thing up here.
There you go.
But I am, as a teacher, I'm the designated head coach, but I'm mainly the water boy. And I think most of you know the coach is right behind me, and he's going to talk to you guys. And I would like to say that it was my duty to.
By the way, we know who you are, but can you, for those who may be watching at home,
I'm a Truby.
That's hard to. Yeah.
But I'm not going to tell you which one, just in case. No, I'm Nick Truby, and I'm the teacher at South Miami High School. But they called me and said, to get this certifiably correct with the right team, because Obi retired. What are you doing retiring, Obi? Come on, man. You got to work till the last day, man. But I said I'd come over, and it's been nothing but great for me, and we had talked about that. But I also, before I let Obi talk about everybody here, it's been great being back with the community and with these kids. And I will also say the city of South Miami came through. We didn't really have a field. We were one of the schools that did have a field. There's a lot of middle schools that don't have anywhere to play. And so we got all home games this year. But that helped.
That's how we like it.
And you guys came through for us. Mr. Tyson behind us came through. Armando on the field came through, as long as we picked up the cones. But, and City of South Miami Mayor and Commission came through for us. So we appreciate that. And here's Coach Obi. Well, let's see, I'm 60, and I was a grade ahead of him in South Miami
man,
Middle
now
School
you're out
and
of
high
here.
school.
That's
So, and he started coaching, I think, the week after he graduated.
John,
so
turn
he's
off the
been
microphone,
coaching for like
please.
40-something years.
Coach.
Thank you, Nick. Good evening, sir.
Hello. I really appreciate the city of South Miami and the congregation for inviting these young ladies up. We were invited last year, but you know, I get so involved with. I have tackle football going on right now. I just came from the field with my tackle football team, and I told them I got to go. I got an engagement with the girls. You know, I mean, these girls are very special. I've been coaching flag now for 5 years, and I love it. I love coaching them more than I do the boys. I hope no boys not in here. But it's been a good ride. You know, we went undefeated 2 years in a row, last year, this year, and they haven't been scored on in 2 years.
Wow, wow.
In 2 years. And this not all of them. We're missing about 6 or 7 girls because a lot of them had other engagements. A couple girls are trying out for cheerleaders and, you know, and stuff like that. But I really want to say thanks to the mayor. He came through for us. You know, every time I ask him for help, he gives us help. I called him and I said, man, we need the field, Mark. And he told me, hold on a second. And when I looked at my phone, in 10 seconds, I was getting emails. Like,
That's the manager in John, Texas.
yeah.
Right? So
I mean, I was
give them
getting
all the credit.
emails telling me how much do we need, this and that. But like I said, these girls are very special, and I hope when they go to high school, whatever high school they go to, you know, they're gonna accomplish a lot of things. And like I told them, the best thing to do is just be humble. If you be humble in life, you're gonna make it. Nobody likes to show off. You know, every game that we do win, the only thing I let them do at the end of the game, after we shake hands, everybody want to do flips, because all of them can flip. And I told them that I could flip also. Y'all want to see me do it right now?
There you go. Yeah.
And they know what my flip is. I run a couple steps and I stop. But like I say, it's been a good ride, and I appreciate the parents for letting me coach them. And I really appreciate Mr. Truby, because I retired from the school board 2 years ago. And they was giving me a hard time because like they didn't want me coaching a girl. They saying that, you know, you got to be an employee and this and that. And I said, okay. I said, if I got the coach from the parking lot, I'll do that. I had done told my quarterback, Kayla knows, she got the plays wrote down. I told her I'd just give her hand signals of what to do, but everything played out okay. They stopped giving me a hard time, and, you know, Truby came in and stepped in because he still works for the school board, and I mean, we have fun. These girls are really fun.
Well,
You got
Money's here.
Yeah.
Come here, Money.
come on up and introduce yourself, please.
Tell her who you are.
My name is Armani Crawford, and I play wide receiver, running back, and corner, and I'm in the 8th grade.
Awesome. Congratulations. Anybody want to say?
I mean, she's very, she's.
She seems like she's a multi-purpose
Oh,
talent.
yeah,
so there you
yeah. I mean, if I need somebody to score, you know, everybody know who we're gonna go to. You know, we're gonna go to her, and I mean, she comes through, man. She's very exceptional. She runs track, she runs the hurdles, she can do a lot, you know.
And she's holding down the classroom. Right?
Yeah, and then I need a Dina Truby. She's not here. She sits about 5'11", and all I do is just tell her to go for the go routes. and, you know, but like I say, I'm not gonna hold you guys up because I know this could be a long night.
Hopefully
But,
not.
you know, now I'm gonna put them in another league that they're gonna play in. You know, a lot of the girls that didn't get to play a lot, they're gonna start it out, you know, they're gonna start it out, and hopefully next year, I can go back. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to get certified and, you know, go back and coach the other girls. And just like I was saying, I really appreciate what you guys did for these kids. And come out to the Gregos. This is my 44th year coaching the South Miami Gregos.
Coach, registration still open? Is registration still open for the upcoming season, or is it closed already?
The Gregos?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
It's still open. Okay.
It just started.
Okay, fantastic. That's what I thought, but just want to make sure people know they can still
Yeah,
register.
yes. Registration just started.
Fantastic.
Okay, if you guys got any 11-year-old kids, send them to me.
Beautiful.
Okay?
There you go. We need girls and boys. And, you know, again, ladies, we were happy to have you down here. We want to make sure we honor you because we've had some success on the guys' side. You know, we had a Heisman Trophy winner used to play on that field. Be recognized early this year. You guys also bringing a lot of positive recognition to South Miami. We're grateful for you. Keep up the good work and continued success next season. Commissioner Rodriguez, what do you want to say?
So, Coach Obi, you know,
Yes, sir.
you know, 44 years, that's a long time. So it isn't easy coaching kids. Trust me.
No, it's not.
I do it too. I coach basketball at Gibson, and You know, I don't know how you've done it for so long.
I mean, I'm coaching kids now.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. So thank you for what you do and for giving back to the community because
sir.
it really is, you're setting a foundation for these kids. So thank you for that. Now the girls, how do you like your poster up at Gibson? That banner?
Yes.
Huh? How do you like that?
Yes, they have 2 banners up there.
Yes.
What the guy did was, the guy that put it up, he put it up by the football banners, because those are my football banners.
Yeah, yeah.
All my championship teams. You know, I mean, I won 9 championships, all right, for tackle
who's
football.
counting?
And the other 2 are for flag. And like I said, when he put it up with a tackle football. So I saw Mr. What is his name at Public Works?
John.
John?
Yeah,
John
I
Reese?
said, John, and I said, John, can you do me a favor, please? I said, could you have the guy to move the banner? He said, where you put it? I said, he put it over there with the tackle football players. So he said, okay, I'll take care of it. And then the next day when I went in there, they had done switched it. And you know, I know John not in here, but I want to thank him also for taking care of that.
So girls, you know, congratulations on 2-time champions. You know, now every time everybody walks into that basketball court, they'll see your faces and they'll know that you girls won twice. So congratulations, you're immortal in South Miami.
All right. Okay, y'all want to get a break?
Let's take a
All right,
picture.
let's get a break. Come on.
Let's take a picture. Come on up.
Let them do their break.
Do a break. You want to break? Picture first or break first?
Break first, fine.
Picture first. Picture first. Picture first.
Congrats, girls. Congratulations. Congrats. I'll be okay. There you go. There you go. Okay, now you can do the break. Congrats, girls. Congrats, ladies. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could read presentation item F1, please.
F1, Cure CF Kickball Community Championship Presentation, Jerry Sarkleman.
Jerry Bonnie, good evening. You're recognized. How are you?
Good evening. Well, thank you for having us here this evening. I'm Bonnie Binker, and this is Jerry Socherman from Cure Cystic Fibrosis Miami. And before we get started, Mayor, how are you feeling?
I'm happy to report I had surgery last Monday. I'm going to officially announce my retirement from kickball. I will be going to the tournament next year, but I probably will not be playing.
You'll be coaching.
I'll be coaching, so I'll be helping Mr. Riverall on the sideline. But yes, it was a fun tournament, notwithstanding that I ruptured 2 ligaments in my ankle. So there we go.
Well, and you know, a few years ago, my husband did his whole hamstring, and that was the end of his kickball career.
Bonnie, the good news is I stopped playing and we started winning, so I guess it was meant to be.
But we're here this evening to thank you all once again for supporting the Cure Cystic Fibrosis Miami Kick CF with Bryant McKinney and Friends kickball tournaments. This was our 13th annual supporting the work of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation and Cure CF Miami. For those of you in the audience who don't know what cystic fibrosis is, it is a genetic disease that can impact any of the organs in the body. Usually when you think of cystic fibrosis, it is the lungs and the digestive system. Currently, there are 40,000 Americans in the United States with cystic fibrosis. My granddaughter Delaney, who is 15 years old, is one of them. when she was born and diagnosed at 15 days old, we were told that there was a 50% chance she would live into her 30s. Because of the amazing work of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation and support from our friends like the City of South Miami, children born today have an outlook to live possibly into their 60s because of the medication that is being developed. In addition to supporting the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, Cure CF Miami was founded to help families with people with cystic fibrosis. It is a very expensive disease to have, one of the most expensive, because there are so few people with cystic fibrosis. The drug and the treatments are very expensive. But also we are now experiencing more and more people in the CF community who are experiencing food insecurities. So that is where Cure Cystic Fibrosis Miami is also being able to step in because the CF Foundation can't. So we're here tonight to again thank you for helping us with our mission, but to also congratulate you all because once again you have won the Community Cup. And for those of you who live in South Miami, congratulations to all of you because your fine city has gone up against City of Miami, Palmetto Bay, Pinecrest, and they have now won it 4 out of 5 years. So this will stay with you guys in City Hall until you bring it back to us on March 13th, 2027, and then compete for it again.
No, you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Not me, but that's okay. Commissioner Kaya, did you want to add anything as kind of our de facto team captain with Mr. Riverall?
You know, with Coach, look, what's so great about this event, obviously for the cause, but for the city that understands, it really gets the team of the City of South Miami. We have people from police, public works, parks, commissioners, mayors, across the board. And it really shows the camaraderie this city really has, and it resembles what we're doing. So it's a really good cause, but more importantly, we have fun and it's a good time. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. And just to let you know, our next big fundraiser is actually in the City of South Miami at the Elks Club on September 19th.
Say it in the microphone. So
September 19th, we are having our
Where can we
second.
find that information about the event?
Well, we're gonna bring you guys some stuff that we
No,
didn't
but
have
is there-
today. Our website, sorry, curecfmiami.org, and it is a casino night where you turn in your chips for raffle tickets and great prizes. So we will keep you all updated, but we're bringing it home here to South Miami.
Before we take a picture, I just want to say, Bonnie and Jerry, Bonnie, thank you for your advocacy. I mean, you travel to Tallahassee and Washington regularly to be an advocate for families with CF, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Your dedication to the cause is amazing, and I'm very happy personally to know that your granddaughter is thriving.
Thank you.
And Jerry, I mean, watched you do this event before I was in elected office, and I understand how much personal time you put into it to support a cause and your goddaughter. And there's a community, a world full of people who are very grateful to you for your sacrifice. So thank you for what you're doing. It's a great day. It's a great way to spend time with friends new and old. So if you have not participated in the past, I invite you to come out and experience the event, notwithstanding the injury. Always have a good time. Always have a good time. But the only request I have, and I can say this now because Mayor Cunningham is terming out, and I didn't want to do it while she was in office, is that I would love to host the event at our park as the defending champion next year. So if we can talk about a venue change, I don't know if my colleagues would be amenable. I think it would be great to move the cup to a park of the defending Community Cup champion. Just a thought.
Interesting.
Anyhow, but thanks
Well,
again.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words. All right, let's get.
Alfredo, come on, you get to hold the trophy. Come on.
Captain.
Who else is here that was on the team? Not this year, not this year. I'm good. Jerry. Thank you, guys. You're good, you're good. I'm good here. You sure? Yeah. Stay behind Bonnie. Bonnie's good. Thank you, guys. Good to see you. Congrats again.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming out. Okay, let's go to F2, please.
F2, Employee of the Quarter for Q1 2026, Jesus Garcia.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Manager.
It's my pleasure to introduce you tonight to the Employee of the Quarter for Q1, Jesus, better known as Jay Garcia. Come on up. He's been with the city since 2022. He's a rec leader with our Parks Department, and if you've been to the community center, I'm sure that you have been greeted with a warm smile, which is what he's known for. He was nominated by John Tyson, so I'm going to invite John up to say a few words before we put you on the spot to say a few words as well.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. This is an extremely proud moment for me. I can't think of someone more deserving than, I'm going to say Jay, but his real name is Jesus Garcia, but more formally known as Jay. He is the face of the community center, especially in the morning time when people come in and they are greeted by him, and he has made meaningful connections up there. I mean, every single person. I have a running joke whenever Jay goes on vacation. People are like, "Where's Jay at? Like, what happened to him? Where's he at?" Because that's the type of impact that he has made on the patrons that come through the community center. So I'm extremely proud to have this department represented. I cannot think of someone more deserving than Jay to get this award. I'm extremely proud of you. I am so fortunate to have you on this team, and hopefully we can continue to have others exemplify the characteristics and the behaviors and the customer service that you employ at the front desk each and every day that you're there. So you know how much you mean to me. So
thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Jay, floor is yours.
I'm gonna let you say a few words.
There you go, Jay. Come on, floor is yours.
Believe it or not, I'm lost for words.
No, I doubt
And
it.
he knows.
Not true.
I just want to thank John and Manny Alvarez and James Knoll for giving me the opportunity to come in and work at the community center. It's been a pleasure. It's been rewarding, humble. I love coming to work. Not too many people can say that. I love coming to work. I do. I really do, because I get to talk to different people. We talk about different things, and to me, it's rewarding the fact that we still can have one-on-one conversations with people, and hope that we can build on it and make it better. So, I'm out of words now.
Thank you, Jay. We appreciate you. Congrats. Mr. Guy, you're recognized.
I just wanted to say a quick word. There's, it's not every day that we all like to go to the gym. Sometimes I hate it. But to go see you every morning, it makes me feel good because you put a smile on my face. You talk to me. You have a coffee with me. It's really, we're blessed that you're there. You're the man. You're the go Fefe. Let's go, man. You're awesome.
That's true. Other than Alfredo.
I did just want to chime in. Our adult basketball group found out about it. They come in the mornings, a group of guys, and I know someone's here on his behalf, but they couldn't be more thrilled to see Jay receive this award, and they all share their sentiment as well. So
thank you for coming. Come on up for a picture. Picture, yeah. There you go. Jay, get in the middle here. Congrats. Right there, right there. There you go. There you go, right there. There you go. Jay, congrats again. Thank you. What are you wrecking over there? What are you wrecking over there?
Not all of us can catch it backwards, bro. I'm just kidding.
Madam Clerk, can we get F4, please?
It's F4, Septic to Sewer Grant Opportunity, Erica Verde.
Ms. Verde, you're recognized. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, and City Attorneys.
Okay, we're ready. Go ahead. Oh,
So I'm here tonight to share some information about a grant opportunity that the staff has been exploring to help our residents with their septic to sewer conversions. So let's start with our septic to sewer conversion progress. Oh, John? Can you start?
can we go back a slide? Thank you.
Great. So phase one of the city's septic to sewer conversion is nearing completion, and residents will soon be able to connect to the newly installed system. While abutting property owners are typically required to connect to municipal sewer within 90 days of availability, the city worked with the Miami-Dade County Environmental Quality Control Board, also known as the EQCB, to secure a 5-year extension for our residents. So tonight, I'm here to talk about the EPA's 319H Non-Point Source Grant Program. What is this program? It provides funding to states to address non-point source pollution. So examples include runoff from agriculture, stormwater, and urban water pollution. Included is septic to sewer pollution due to corroded and aging septic systems. To our knowledge, and we've done considerable due diligence, this is the only non-loan funding, either at the state or federal level, that can be used for improvements on private property. If awarded, this grant will directly benefit residents by easing the cost burden of converting from septic to sewer. Based on historical cycles, the tentative application deadline is July 2026. Now, given government shutdowns, we do anticipate that being delayed. And we've had a bit of help from another county. So Martin County's 319H grant implementation as a roadmap. The execution of this program, as designed by Martin County, has been approved by the EPA and the state of Florida and has received multiple rounds of funding. So what does the coordination require with this roadmap? The execution, as designed by Martin County and approved by the state, requires coordination between 3 parties. First is a city-selected plumber as the doer. Next is the city as program administrator. And the third is the homeowner as beneficiary. So I'd like to present a funding scenario example. The city applies and is awarded a $500,000 grant, and 50 homes are ready for connection. Again, this is just an example. The applications have not opened. We have not received a notice of funding availability, so we do not know how much funding is available or how many projects will be accepted. But in the case of this example, let's go with a $500,000 grant. In the case that 50 homes are ready for connection, the maximum assistance per home would be $10,000, so the total grant divided by 50. This is inclusive of plumber and possible third-party administrative costs. So let's see a concrete example, Home A. Home A is ready to connect to municipal sewer. The city receives an estimate from the city-selected plumber for $13,000. The second step would be for the city to bill the property owner $3,000, which the owner then pays. Third, the work would be completed by the plumber. The city would confirm that the work has been completed, and then the city would pay the plumber the entire amount of $13,000. And the last step would be for the city to seek reimbursement for the grantor for $10,000. And that final math leaves a cost of $0 to the city. So next, I don't want to overwhelm the commission and mayor, vice mayor with this workflow, but these are just very comprehensive steps to how this grant would be implemented with our city staff. I'm going to run through it very quickly and happy to come back to it if there are specific questions. First, the city applies for and is awarded the grant. Next, procurement would issue a request for proposals for designated plumbing contractors and establish a cost per linear for connections. Public Works would select the plumber and adopt the approved linear foot cost. Public Works would obtain GIS files for each eligible property to identify the location of the home's sewer connection. The homeowner would contact Public Works to express interest in connecting. Public Works staff or the plumber would visit the site to confirm the linear footage and calculate the cost based on the approved rate. The homeowner would be provided with a quote indicating their required contribution minus the amount the city expects to be reimbursed by the state. The homeowner would submit payment to the city and finance would confirm receipt. The city-selected plumber would complete the work. Public Works would confirm the work is complete. And finance would submit the reimbursement request to the state for the portion not collected by the homeowner. Last, finance will record and process this reimbursement from the state once received. So I'd like to talk a little bit about some alternative funding mechanisms apart from this 319H grant that would help to ease the cost burden for residents connecting from septic to sewer, just as a PSA. A caveat, and I'd like to draw the audience's attention to this and the commission mayor, vice mayor. Residents must apply to the following programs directly, unlike the 319H program that I've been talking about before. The city cannot apply on their behalf, placing the administrative burden on the resident. The first program I'd like to talk about is the PACE, the Property Assessed Clean Energy Program. It's a loan that provides long-term fixed financing repaid through a non-ad valorem assessment on the property tax bill. So this obligation is tied to the property, not the individual borrower, and may transfer upon sale. For septic to sewer conversions, and septic to sewer has been a newly included category in the last 6 months, PACE loans can cover up to 100% of eligible project costs, including connection fees, abandonment of the septic system, and related infrastructure improvements. Another program through the Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department's Septic to Sewer Financial Assistance Program, eligible homeowners can receive up to $15,000 in grants, zero or no interest loans to convert from septic to sewer. These are generally based on home income limits. So I'd like to take a look at these programs through the county. So Septic to Sewer Financial Assistance Program, I've included a QR code so that the audience or anyone accessing the PDF in the future can quickly go to this page, and they would navigate to how to apply right there. And the steps include completing the application form online and providing necessary documents related to household income and tax information. Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions of Erica? Sorry, Ms. Verde. Apologies. No? None? Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. What did Martin County receive, funding-wise? Sorry.
I'll defer to our finance director.
They have gone through 3 rounds of funding. They applied the first time, and I don't recall exactly the amounts, but I think there were about 500 on the first, and I think the second round was a little bit more, and the third as well. Because they
500,000 and then more and then more.
Now the question is, how many homes did they have as part of the submittal? I don't recall.
Okay. And the grant, is there a fund, like is there an amount total for the whole grant process?
Yes, unfortunately, they haven't come out with that funding, how much is going to be available.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're still in the waiting period.
But I can add that based on historical trends, the typical amount of funding for any given agency has been between $300,000 and $500,000, irrespective of the number of homes.
And statewide funding was, I think you shared with me, $5 to $6 million annually?
About $3 million
$3 million
allocated
annually.
to programs.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions?
Do we need to do anything with this? I think we need to.
Do you need direction as to whether we want to apply or not?
Yeah, I mean, given that the city would invest, administrative sweat equity and time, and there could be some other issues that we are now, between a plumber and a homeowner, if something were to happen. So just want to bring this to your attention. If there's from a public policy standpoint, that we would assist the residents, get your direction that you think it's a good approach. Certainly, we'd be happy to it. This is a moving target. Obviously, our initial phase is 46 homes. We have the 56 homes that were notified as of late, that there was a line that was established, could be 15 years ago, and they needed to connect. Separate process that we're pursuing to help them get an extension, possibly. So there could be other homes that may want to apply. So we would have to be creative on how we notify those residents of that opportunity, and maybe come up with a figure ahead of time, because it's not like we have a fixed number of homes, and then we can divide the number easily by that. It may be sort of an evolving program. So yes, if there's an interest and we get your direction to pursue, we certainly would apply upon the application being open in a couple months, month and a half maybe, or we don't know.
We don't know exactly, yeah. Mr. Manager, for my 2 cents, I think I think we talked about this at the beginning. Was there a way for us to basically help residents avoid having to permit their own lateral connection and save them the difficulty of coordinating the work of a contractor? So I'm a fan of the idea. I don't know that for me personally, since I'm one of the first homes where it's going to work from a timing perspective. One question I did have is, can these programs work together? So for example, if you're a homeowner who wants to receive the grant, but wants to, the $3,000 or $5,000 is still a substantial capital outlay, can that balance be financed through the low interest or no interest loan program at the county or with a PACE loan?
You're talking about combining?
Combining, yeah. So can
programs.
we combine 319, is it 319H?
Yes.
With any of the other programs to see if we can help them bridge that gap? I mean, I have neighbors that are retired on fixed income, that extra $5,000, maybe on a PACE loan, they can make it work, but that's not at a terribly low interest rate.
I haven't seen requirements that would negate that stacking, but I can certainly do due diligence and have an affirmative answer.
Maybe Martin County has an answer to that question, because I'm sure they've got a water and sewer utility that probably may provide similar financing to consumers.
Well, I mean, there certainly could be a gap once we establish an amount that we think we would allocate per household. So let's just pretend it's $15,000 lateral implementation, and we're offsetting $5,000. Certainly, they could apply to the county to offset some of that other funding.
Yeah, again, it's in terms of making it simple for people, so these things are coordinated and they dovetail. It's just the daunting part is applying. I'm talking to my neighbors. We're working together to get quotes.
Yep.
For the lateral connections, trying to leverage some buying power, have 3 or 4 of us do it with one contractor. It's not easy. And people, we had that experience when Joseph very ably jumped in and put together an EQCB application for everyone who got a notice to connect with now that it's feasible, within feasible distance. That's very daunting to a lot of folks. So if we can figure out a way maybe to dovetail the grant, which is incredibly valuable to a lot of people who may have invested in upgrading their septic system and want to amortize it a little bit longer, or who aren't as pressed to connect as some of my neighbors are because they've got failing systems. If we can connect to help them cover that shortfall somehow, it would be fantastic, if it's possible.
If a resident has their own contractor they wish to use, obviously the 319, wouldn't
Is
work.
not, yeah,
Right,
does not
so
work.
they would take advantage of
Yeah.
some other program. And so I think we would decide what we would allocate per household, and then put it all in one letter and document that we would get to each homeowner, so they would understand. And certainly, if we can link these programs in any way, we'll get creative.
Appreciate that. I'm a fan. I don't know, colleagues, if you guys would recommend we proceed. Yeah. Okay, my thanks to the general direction is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for doing the research. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move to item F5, please.
F5, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, Alex Agustek from Centrin Cooperman.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. No intro from Mr. Riverall, huh? He's just leaving you to your own devices.
Giving them the opportunity.
No? Okay. So you're recognized. Good evening.
I would like to introduce Alex Aguste from, he's our auditor. This is a first-year audit that he worked diligently, and I appreciate his team and the work that he put into this. So As required by the state of Florida, he will be presenting your annual financial comprehensive report.
Mr. Gusi, you're recognized. Good evening. We will be kind to you. We will be cruel to Mr. Rivero.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission, City Manager, City Attorneys. Thank you for the introduction, Alfredo, and I'm here to present your 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. So I have a paper copy here with me. I'm not sure if you all have a PDF to follow along with me, but I will be brief. The first page I'd like to highlight, it's page 1 of the document, but it's several pages down into the document, and that's our independent auditor's report. On that report, you'll see that we have issued what is known as an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. This is the only opinion you want to be associated with. This means that when we came as auditors and asked our thousands of questions, tons of requests for documents, your team, your staff answered the call. Records were in place. So I think that's to be congratulated. Congratulations on another clean opinion for the city of South Miami. I'll next turn to page 4 of the document. This is what's known as the management discussion and analysis. If you cannot read this entire 130-page report, I would suggest you read these 12 pages. These pages were mainly written by your management, and it gives you context on what happened throughout the year. So if you have any sort of questions on what went up, what went down, and why, they're answered right here in the management discussion and analysis page. Next, I'll turn our attention to the actual financial statements, so your balance sheet, your income statement for the city. I would like to point out for the general fund, which is your operating fund, you reported a $16.5 million fund balance. Of that fund balance, $9.2 million is unassigned and available for future use. Very healthy position for a city of this size. I'll then turn to the income statement of the general fund, and the general fund's fund balance in fiscal year 2025 decreased by $3 million. Much of that is related to a transfer to capital improvement to perform capital improvements throughout the year. Next, I will turn to what's known as the notes to the financial statements. These supplement the financial statement. These provide tons of context on the numbers within the balance sheet and the income statement. If you're trying to fall asleep tonight and you want to take a read for these, I think they'll do the trick. Next, I will turn to our independent auditor's report for your single audit. So in fiscal year 2025, the city was subject to what is known as a federal and state single audit. What triggered that is you spent over $1 million in federal funding and over $750,000 in state funding. That requires an additional audit to be performed, which is also known as a compliance audit. And it basically, our task is to determine if you spent the money if you spent the money on applicable expenditures for that grant. Did you spend it properly? And I'm proud to say that we found no findings, no issues, no compliance issues when we performed our audit work on that spending. So again, congratulations. Throughout the audit standards requires me to disclose to you all, those of government, if we were to have discovered any disagreements with management, if we were to have found any unfounded accounting positions, if we had any difficulties performing this audit. I'm proud to say we had no difficulties to perform this audit, no disagreements with management. We found no unfounded accounting positions. There were no compliance issues, no material weaknesses, no findings. Again, I just want to say congratulations to this body, to the leadership, to Alfredo, Jacqueline, Jackie and her team for all their hard work. Like I said, we asked too many questions, and everyone was answered timely and appropriately. So With that, that concludes my presentation. If you all have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, did you want to add anything, or are you good? Before we open it for questions?
Oh, Mayor, no, other than obviously there's a lot of work that goes on throughout the year. And, I mean, who knows, God knows how many transactions and things that go on that, so the ability to have a finance department, come out with a clean audit is incredibly meaningful, given the number of events, if you will, or transactions that have to occur throughout. So I certainly appreciate the work of the finance department and the oversight of budget and finance in this commission. And certainly having you come and say what you're saying is important to a city from transparency, accountability, and trust, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, questions? No questions? Okay. Thank you for your great work. We appreciate
Thank
the
you.
report.
It's an honor to work for the city of South Miami. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Yep. Okay, I believe that concludes reports. I'd just like to ask members of the audience, by a quick show of hands, we have a few more people here than typical. How many of you are here for the 62nd Avenue project? If you could raise your hands. 1, 2. Then how many folks are here for the project on 57th Avenue? If you could raise your hands. 4. Okay. So colleagues, I was just going to suggest that we take the agenda out of order since we've had people waiting here for a bit and take up those 2 items first. I believe the item on 6.2 is items 4 and 5. And then subsects is 6, 7, and 8. Is there one that we would want to start with? Start with 62nd Avenue? Okay, so let's take up items 4 and 5. Madam Clerk, if you can read those into the record, and then we'll recognize the city attorney for the appropriate warnings. Thank you.
Item 4, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving or denying a large-scale development special exception application pursuant to Section 20-8.7 of the City of South Miami Land Development Code for the 75 dwelling unit multifamily residential project on the 0.802 acre development site located at 6914 Southwest 62nd Avenue, 6230 and 6240 Southwest 69th Street, and 6931 Southwest 62nd Court.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam City Attorney, do you want to actually we read both items so we can hear them together, can't we?
Okay. Item 5, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving or denying a development agreement with the South Miami Reed Partners LLC for the 75 dwelling unit multifamily residential large-scale development project on the 0.802 acre development site located at 6914 Southwest 62nd Avenue, 6230 and 6240 Southwest 69th Street, and 6931 Southwest 62nd Court, pursuant to Section 20-8.7 of the City of South Miami Land Development Code.
Thank you so much. And so, Madam City Attorney, can we get the requisite disclosures, please?
Yes, thank you. We're going to be reading one quasi-judicial statement tonight for items 4 and 5, which the clerk just read, and also items 6, 7, and 8 later in the agenda.
Okay.
Items number 4 and 5 on this evening's commission agenda seek approval of companion items for a multifamily residential development proposal by a subsidiary of the estate companies for a property located at 6914 Southwest 62nd Avenue, 6230 and 6240 Southwest 69th Street, and 6931 Southwest 62nd Court. Item number 4 is a resolution seeking approval of a large-scale development special exception under Section 20-8.7 of the city's Land Development Code. And item number 5 seeks approval of a corresponding development agreement for the project. Items 6, 7, and 8 on this evening's agenda seek approval of companion items for student housing development proposed by Subtext Acquisitions for the properties located at 6404 and 6504 Red Road, south with 57th Avenue. Item number 7 is a resolution seeking approval of a large-scale development special exception under Section 20-8.7 of the city's LDR. Item number 6 seeks approval of an application for a variance to allow a footprint for levels 5 and 6 of the project that exceed the maximum 20,000 square feet. And item number 8 seeks approval of a development agreement for the project. The 2 large-scale approvals and the variance are quasi-judicial. The 2 development agreements are not. They are legislative or at best quasi-legislative in nature. Both development agreements nevertheless require public hearing under the city's code. For efficiency, one public hearing per project is sufficient. Therefore, the city will frame tonight's hearings within the city's quasi-judicial procedures with respect to presentations by staff, the applicant, and public comment. The clerk has read the title of the resolutions for items 4 and 5 and will read the items for 6, 7, and 8 before public hearing. The public hearing will include presentations by staff and the applicant and public comment. The commission may ask any questions either before or after public comment is closed. Following public comment, the commission may deliberate on each item. The quasi-judicial procedures require this commission to consider the evidence presented to it and base its decision on the applicable law and primarily on the evidence presented, whether by the applicant, staff, or members of the public. In considering each item, the commission should apply the criteria, which for variances is in section 20-5.9, and for the large-scale special exceptions is found in Article 8 of the Land Development Code, and the professional analysis and the staff recommendation. The evidence presented must be substantial, competent evidence. This means testimony or other evidence based on personal observation or relevant expert testimony that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It is not a popularity contest. It cannot be based solely on non-expert opinions, no matter how fervent those opinions might be. Everyone who wishes to speak on an item will be given an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of each hearing. If you intend to provide testimony as to any item, you will be sworn in before your testimony is taken. Please know if you speak, you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to direct questions on their behalf to either staff or the applicant. At this time, anyone who wishes to speak on any of the items 4 and 5, and 6, 7, and 8, you should be sworn in. I'd ask that you please stand and raise your right hand. And this is for all items 4 and 5, and 6, 7, and 8. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please confirm compliance with the advertising and notice requirements for the hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, we will now do the ex-parte communication disclosure. Please let us know if you have had any ex-parte communication with the applicant or any member of the public, either for or against any of the applications to be heard tonight. If so, please state for the record who the communication was with and the nature of the
So
communication.
just to be clear, we're doing it for both applications at this moment?
Yes, 4 and 5, 6, 7, and
Okay.
and 8.
Let's go left to right, sorry.
I have spoken with both parties separately, obviously, where they were showing me the progress of their work.
And Commissioner, this is for items 4 and 5?
4 and 5, and then 6, 7, 8.
And 6, 7, and 8.
So
Thank you.
Both
Okay.
sets.
I've not had communication with either party.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with respect to 4 and 5, I met with Mr. Roberts Ruiz and his team at their offices probably 3 months ago to discuss the project. And this morning, I had a call with Alejandro Arieta to confirm whether the landscaping modifications that had been requested at PZAT were made to along the, I forget what the street is, the western frontage of the property that faces the single family. So that was the nature of that conversation. On items 6, 7, and 8, I've met with Mr. Mario Garcia Serra personally and with his client. I forget the name of your client, Mario, who's from the company. I apologize. He's in the audience. To discuss the project as well. And today had a series of conversations with Mr. Garcia Serra regarding conditions that are the subject of ongoing conversation I expect will be discussed this evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
I as well, for items 4 and 5, met with Robert Solis and with Alex Arieta at their office roughly 3 months ago to discuss the project. And I spoke with Mario and the Subtract team this morning regarding the project and what they would be presenting.
Thank you.
Madam Attorney, I've spoken for 4 and 5. I've spoken to Robert Solis and his team at his office approximately 2 months ago. That's pretty much for that one. On 6, 7, and 8, I talked to Mrs. Sierra, the clients, and I've also talked to Michelle Reardon, one of the residents as well.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can proceed, Mayor. 4 and 5, staff presentations.
We can, please. Mr. Alvarez, you're recognized. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Mark Alvarez with the Cordino Group, here on behalf of the City of South Miami planning staff. I have reviewed the plans and will provide a presentation on our findings. This is a large-scale special exception site plan review under Title 8 of our code. It's at formal address is 6914 Southwest 62nd Avenue. The applicant is South Miami Real Estate Partners. And we first got this application in, I believe, January 20th, and we've worked extensively also with this applicant. So there have been some changes along the way, but this is the final plan as presented on April 1st. So this would be a second submittal, and that's what I'll be presenting tonight. So the location of this project is along the west side of Southwest 62nd Avenue. It's between 69th and 68th Streets, and the west side of it would be abutting the single-family neighborhood on the 62nd Court side. It is right now a vacant parcel. It's vacant land. It's just not the entire block. It corners around what is the estate company offices, and there is one parcel, one house, single-family house that's left out that's not part of it on the south end. And I'm sorry, I misspoke. There is a single-family house that is within the back portion as well that will be demolished for this project. The FLUME designation, the future land use designation, is Transit Supportive Development, and the zoning designation is Transit Supportive TSDD, and the block is split between two subzones. The eastern part of it, from the property line, which you can see in the sort of center line, to the east is TSDA, which is our sort of medium density subcategory for the TSDD, and then the western part facing the neighborhood is zoned TSNA, which is the Transit Supportive Neighborhood area, and it has been tuned to be a transition area into neighborhoods. To the north of this project, just going through the surroundings, to the north, it's also a vacant parcel at the moment. However, that block has an approval on it for a 6-story office building that has townhouses on the back. So again, it was in a similar situation where the front part or the eastern part of that block is allowed for 6 stories under the TSDA, but the western part of that block would have to be townhouse or a 3-story type of product that would have the doors on the front of it like a townhouse. That is already approved, so that is what we would compare against for the compatibility, because we expect that to be constructed. To the south is directly and abutting the project is the estate company offices. It's a 3-story structure with parking semi-underneath the building. As we go further south, we have the hospital building at 7 stories across from that. Going east, across 62nd Avenue, we go more in, so this is a transitional block. As we go east across 62nd Avenue, we are into the TSDD, the Downtown Zoning District, and the permitted, again, although it's mostly vacant now and parking, it is permitted for 10 stories. The western part of this, or to the west across 62nd Court, would be a single-family neighborhood. It is RS3. It is permitted for 2 stories and 25 feet. However, the 4 single-family homes across the street are 1-story homes right now. As far as compatibility, there's a little bit of a clue on this. We always intended these blocks when we were zoning the TSDD to be the transitional blocks. This is the way we get from 16-story and 12-story and 8-story and 10-story buildings and go into the edges. No matter what, we always have an edge. So we treated these blocks very differently. Most of them do have a split zoning. All of them are permitted wherever you are at 6 stories, and they always have to taper down to 3 for the last 75 feet. So the transition on this one, this has followed all of the requirements of the code as far as the transition goes. Going front to back, front is on 62nd Avenue. As this project presents itself to 62nd Avenue, it is 6 stories. As it moves back, it goes back to a 3-story structure, again, that has had its facade, although it's not townhouses, but there are doors, or lanai units as they call it, that face the street with small lanais in front of it, so it mimics the idea of a townhouse and presents itself as a single-family compatible type of residential development. This is only residential development. And you see the rear, as it's been presented for the April 1st plan, there is that breakup of the buildings to create that movement in the wall and create a better transition east to west. Also, this has a north to south transition. So again, as we move from the 6-story on the north side of it, and we still move down towards the south, towards Sunset, our heights do go up as we see past the estate company, we go to the hospital building, which is 7 stories. So there's a transition in both directions, and that happens on these edge properties. As far as it is consistent with our comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan future land use designation is TSD. Because TSD and the zoning code were done at the same time, basically if it's compliant with everything in the zoning code, it's pretty much compliant with the future land use plan. But again, it is compliant with the future land use plan and supports the policies that are listed from the future land use element. It is also, the TSDD, as I said, it has sub-districts. This is compliant with the requirements of those sub-districts. So this is the map that's in the code, and the red sort of dogleg is the subject property. The front, or the eastern half, I should call it, is TSDA, and the rear half is TSNA. They both have different density maximums as well. So the front, or I keep calling it the front or the eastern part of this project could go to 150 units an acre. The rear part could go to 100 units an acre. On these blocks, there are no bonuses. So this has been aggregated. We've worked out how that average works, weighting the average by the amount of land on each sub-district. This project could go to a total of actually 96 units based on the densities, combining those densities, and it is presenting itself for 75 units at a combined density of 93.5 units an acre. And it is compliant with the density, and of course, it is only residential, which is also compliant with the requirements of this code for this block. On parking and loading, this was something that we worked with the applicant through the DRC and the DRB and going into the planning board. There have been some refinements. It is now at 117 parking spaces. I think in your report it says 124. Responding to the neighborhood desires at the planning board, they have taken 4 spaces off the back, off of the 57th Court side, and replaced it with landscaping. There were also some changes to accommodate our requirements for share car parking spaces and delivery parking spaces, which are inside and displaced some of the parking spaces. Still, at 117 spaces, it has more parking than is required. The requirement for the 75 units under our code is 65 spaces. They're providing more than, I believe it's about 1.3 per unit, which is what they perceive as being the right number for their market, and we support it. I also want to note that this project is probably the first one we've seen where they're using underground parking, and this helps get the building a little smaller and fits into the site without going up or having parking lots sticking out in too many places, and we were very satisfied to see that. So it's got 1 level of underground parking and then 2 levels interior to the building, of one at the first level and one at the second level for the parking. And those levels really don't touch the street except the service side where the delivery trucks come. It has enough bicycle storage as well, and so again, it is compliant with all of the requirements in our code for parking and loading. For street hierarchy, those are not easy to see, those drawings, but for the for the front of it, for the 62nd Avenue side, it has met all the requirements. This was also some changes that happened over time. There were initially some encroachments. All of the encroachments are gone. It meets our code exactly. There's 7 feet of clear pedestrian path with a 4-foot landscape buffer. In this case, the 5 feet that we have been asking for would be would not be through a dedication. It would be through the word just escaped me, what is it? Easement, thank you. I don't know why I forgot that word, excuse me. But it would not be through an easement, it would be through, not through a dedication, it would be through an easement. The 2 other sides, those streets are not TSDD streets. However, working with the applicants, as we have all these projects, we are using the secondary street guidelines, so they have 6-foot sidewalks and 4 feet of landscape, and the same situation. And that's what you see on the right side is the side street, and in the rear is the 57th Court side. And that particular drawing out of their package also shows the sight lines, which helps us be more comfortable with how this affects the neighborhood and how the trees in front of it do affect the sight lines. And really, this can blend in very well at 3 stories. The open space, 10% open space is required. This is a fairly small lot, and they've provided 10% open space. A few things to note: it is primarily linear open space, in other words, along the side of the building, but there is a small green space on the side lot line, and that green space is sort of emphasized in that box on the side there. It's just a small plaza that there are some benches and places for people to sit and rest. We think it would be a good amenity for the neighborhood, and it's a nice sort of pedestrian amenity as you transition from our downtown into the neighborhood. One other thing I want to mention is that as has been done with other applications, the open space between buildings, you'll see where on the south side is this property line, that is not allowed to be used, and they are not using that as part of their open space. So in other words, all of our open space must be along a street. We don't allow it between buildings. That can be there, but it doesn't count as open space. For the landscape plan, again, it has met all of our landscape requirements without going through all the trees. I think the applicant can present all of that in much more detail, but we've gone through the trees. We've made sure the landscape open space meets all of our requirements with trees, with amount of pervious area, and with amount of more urban impervious areas. And to also mention, there is additional landscape on the 3rd story in the west side. There's an amenity deck for the residents, and that has landscaping as well, which helps to soften the building. For building height, this meets all the requirements. It's allowed to be 6 stories, again, on the east side. The last 75 feet have to come down to 3 stories. So that chart has two levels. One is the transition zone, is the 3-story part. This application meets the height in terms of stories, as well as the height to the roof and the height to the parapets and other features on the roof. As far as building location, massing, and form, and again, we get into a little more subjectivity here, but as far as the code goes, we have certain measures that we look at. The facade frontage, again, this is an urban downtown, so we require more frontage and not less. So the facade frontages, or occupations as we call it, are acceptable. It's at 91% of the block length, or of the property length, along 62nd Avenue. The building coverage, which is the amount of the floor plate of the ground floor on the lot, is at 79.6%, which is just below the 80% permitted. The build-to, the setbacks, the horizontal movement of the building are all within our code requirements. The floor plates above the 4th floor are also consistent. They're 11,905 feet. Architectural standards, again, this is a fairly subjective area, but we do have certain measures that we use. One of them is about windows, and this is something we discussed at great length with the code. We use windows to at least have some measure of something that's architecturally that we want. So this project meets all of the requirements for horizontal window dimensions as a percent on those walls. And it's all there in the fine print of that table. There is no reflective glass. We don't permit reflective glass. And there are no balconies within the build-to line, there are no balconies encroaching the property line. And finally, the intent is to build to, it's a gold certification equivalency, which is ICC 700, National Green Building Standard, and GBS, I think we've come across it before. That will be accepted for now, and it's up to the city manager to make that determination at a later time. So as far as the going through the process, as I said, this came in January. DRB recommendations, we had a number of comments regarding the density. We've responded to those comments. It hasn't been changed. It was 75 units then, it's 75 now, but there are a number of misunderstandings at that time, misunderstandings at that time about how we measure density in these split lots and these split blocks. Those have been addressed and checked again. There were some comments about delivery entrances, and those have been mostly responded to with some fine details about the architecture, so that we would make sure, even though it's not an absolute requirement in our code, but make sure that the delivery entrances aren't visible to the single-family neighborhoods. So they would be situated in a way where there's no direct line of sight. And that's mostly because of the adjacent development to the north. They would be at this point. There have been some small open space adjustments to increase the open space. It did come into us a tiny bit under because it was counting the part to the south. There have been some building movement between that and this plan. And finally, there were some sidewalk encroachments before. Those have been addressed to make sure that we have a 7-foot clear path on 62nd Avenue. And with Planning Board, there were some neighborhood residents that requested. When this came in, initially it had 4 parking spaces on the street in the back, which we thought was a good idea at staff level, because we have 4 lanai units that would have sort of a parking in front. The neighborhood residents came and they said it would be better for them if the parking was eliminated on the street and there was green space there. This plan now includes green space in lieu of those parking spaces, and it doesn't affect their parking compliance. That's it. So those have all come into the April 1st plan, and at staff level, we recommend approval of this large-scale special exception. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Colleagues, any questions of Mr. Alvarez before we turn it over to the applicant? Yes, ma'am, you're recognized. Mr. Rodriguez?
So just so that I take this 10,000,
Please close. Is there anyone online who's got their mic open, please mute it. Thank you. Madam Commissioner, continue.
sorry. I just want to then confirm with everything that you've said, they're not asking for anything special. Everything that they're getting is as of right.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because there's so much like information. So essentially, there's nothing special going on.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Rodriguez, recognized, sir.
She stole my question. No, so this project is basically what they've proposed here is by right, and there's no request for any variance or special.
No, there's no waivers, there's no variance, there's no anything special that even would go below that level.
Okay.
Anyone else? I have a quick question, Mark. Just looking at the renderings, there seems to be an elevation change between the ground floor of the building and the sidewalk. What's happening there? Because it looks like on the west end, it's on the same plane to the rough eye. What's happening there?
I think, and I probably a good question for the architect, but that happened when we were moving from where there was a slight encroachment on the front and there was an ADA ramp.
Okay.
And all that has been morphed around a little bit to restructure that. So I think the architect could answer that a little better.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We'll wait for their answer. Mr. Navarro, are you handling the presentation? Okay. Good evening. How much time do you need, sir?
I will try to keep my comments as brief as possible. I think, well, for the record, good evening, George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I think staff did a fantastic job explaining the project. I will try to keep my comments brief. I would say less than 5 minutes, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. So we're very excited to be here this evening to present this project. Mark did a very good job of walking you through the context of this area, but this project's in the heart of the city's health district. It's an area that has a large concentration of commercial a medical office and office uses, but it's really missing a residential component to serve this employment center. And we believe this project aligns with the vision of the TSDD when it was created, in order to create this into a comprehensive mixed-use walkable neighborhood. In this project, we worked very hard with staff over the last several months to refine it. But we believe it's gonna really contribute to redefining this area by bringing housing within close walking distance of jobs and transit. So we're very excited for that. As staff mentioned, and I think they highlighted, we're not asking for a rezoning. This project has been refined several times to ensure it's designed completely in accordance with the applicable TSDD standards for this site. I'd like to highlight some of those things that we've done and have done since the time of the Planning and Zoning Board. But this is an area that's very unique in that it's surrounded by commercial uses, but you also have an adjacent single-family neighborhood. And when this TSDD regulations were created, they basically created two distinct sub-districts to create a transition between these areas. And we've designed this project, which consists of 75 residential units, well below the allowable density, with much larger units. Just to give you an idea, I'm sorry, I'm trying to highlight the points that staff didn't touch on, but what we've done is we've designed much larger units that are intended for families, young professionals, professionals that want to live near these employment districts, rather than what other projects typically try to do, which is put as many studio bedrooms as you can. We really have been sensitive to try to serve this market that we believe is in the area. This site plan shows the transition between the two zonings. What we've done is on the left side, which is the western portion of the property, that is a 3-story building, which is well below the 40 feet in height that's allowed. We've tried to reduce that height as much as possible. And it transitions, as you can see here, into a 6-story building that is also well below the allowable height for that district as it approaches the commercial corridor on 62nd Avenue. Mr. Mayor, this is the I think the elevation change that you may have been talking about. And what we did here is, in order to provide a very large sidewalk along 62nd Avenue, we have relocated the entrance to our lobby from this site, and it required an elevation change in order to get the building to be completely flush throughout and be able to maintain the height that we wanted to propose on the western side, which was a much lower height.
Shamar, before you continue, just a quick question on that rendering. I thought I saw in a prior rendering, is there an ADA ramp on the portions further? There is? On the portion?
I believe the ADA ramp is on the other side of those trees. Yeah, it's behind those trees. You
Okay,
can't
so
see them,
it's-
but there
it's
is.
It's an elevator then?
No, it's a ramp.
It's a
That's-
ramp,
Yeah,
okay.
that's
Got
behind
it.
like that pink tree that's there.
Okay.
So we have basically, the access is
It's
right
not-
at the
I'm trying to
intersection.
make sure it's not on 62nd Avenue.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on
Perfect.
69th Street.
Okay.
This is the updated renderings that we just wanted to show you quickly of the changes that we've made since the time that we've been before the Planning and Zoning Board. This is something that our architectural team is very proud of. What we tried to do on this frontage is design a very active residential feel at the ground level. And the way that we did that was not only through the materials that we chose for the building and the architecture articulation and the breakup in the facade of the buildings, but each one of these units has a ground level lanai walk-up unit that really activates the ground level. And what this let us do was two things. First, we removed all of the curb cuts that would have been there to make a much safer pedestrian environment. And the second thing it did is it allowed us to set the building back between 12 and 15 feet and push this building further back from the single-family homes. That setback is almost 3 times more than what's required under your code. One of the things that we did since the Planning and Zoning Board, which was a comment from some of the neighbors, was to remove the 4 on-street parking spaces that we had on that area and replace it with additional green areas and swale and landscaping. And our architect team worked to go ahead and revise that condition. We now have additional street trees and landscaping in that area, and we were also able to accomplish a much larger sidewalk in that area. This is the updated rendering showing the removal of the on-street parking spaces along 62nd Court. One other item that I want to highlight, and I think it's a very important item, is that we have agreed, Planning and Zoning Board wanted us to look at the height of the street trees that were being planted. I know some residents had raised concerns that landscaping that is planted sometimes takes years to grow and mature, but we have committed, and it's one of the items in your development agreement that's before you this evening, to plant 20-foot street trees, large mature oak trees at the time of planting. And we think that's really going to help with the canopy along these streetscapes and really live up to the standard that the city of South Miami holds with respect to its tree-lined streetscapes. Here you could see the updated rendering. This is different than the one we presented at the Planning and Zoning Board. This one shows the 20-foot trees. And really what we've done is, and to staff's credit, we carved out portions of this building to create additional planting areas so we could block the view into the parking garage from the street view. So there are pockets, if you see here in this landscape plan, sorry for jumping around, but that we've provided right at the entrances of both of these parking entrances to really provide some additional landscaping there. I think most of the other items staff touched upon. This is the landscape plan that shows the new 20-foot trees. This is the open space area that we wanted to provide something that would really be an amenity to the neighborhood as opposed to some unprogrammed open space. We have seating areas with a lot of landscaping and some nice coverage there. And this is the updated final rendering that shows the new 20-foot street trees along with the removal of the 4 parking spaces. So I think that summarizes the application as a whole. I know staff did a great job highlighting how this project's been designed fully in accordance with the applicable zoning requirements. We appreciate your time, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Colleagues, any questions of the applicant? Yes, sir, you're recognized.
I don't remember, on the 62nd side, is there any retail on the ground floor?
Oh, so that's a great point. So no, one of the things that we did is that there is no retail on the ground floor, and we did that on purpose. So on the ground floor facing 62nd Avenue, we have the activated ground floor lobby spaces, and we also have the management offices for the building. And the reason we did that is we wanted to be sensitive in terms of traffic. We didn't want to add any additional retail uses that would create additional daytime and evening traffic to the project. So the development agreement actually has a restriction that prohibits retail uses. That was something that we did to be sensitive in terms of traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Further questions? If you could just identify for me, where are we looking at receiving parcel package delivery, small truck, Amazon delivery within the garage or on the adjacent right-of-way?
So we have designated spaces, but we've been working on that with city staff.
Okay.
Hi, Robert Cerise. I'm the managing principal for the estate companies.
Good evening.
Thank you all for your time and consideration today, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I know we've spoken and we've put a lot of effort into this particular building because of its size and the complexity of the lot. If you notice, the lot is not a rectangle. It's not a simple lot. You have a very specific code that addresses a lot of issues. And if, you know, it sounds like it's no big feat, but it was very difficult to ask for no variances. I mean, we basically complied with everything in your code. So we run institutional multifamily. We don't run non-professional multifamily. So this is designed, our federal FedEx, UPS, we have a package room in the leasing office. And so if you notice, there is a location on the 69th Avenue side where cars, the truck and park and get off and come to the front of the building and go into our package room.
Yeah.
And so we don't want them obviously stopping on 62nd or in any way going into the residential area. So also we believe that this project is going to mitigate a lot of traffic because if we do, you know, succeed in what we believe are going to be our tenants, which is a lot of the hospital employees, they're not going to be driving on the street. So, traffic is an issue anywhere in the Miami-Dade County area, really Tri-County area, but one of the ways to mitigate traffic is having residential close to the jobs. And so I think we're accomplishing that. I think that's what the master plans today try to do, try to mitigate traffic that way. So I'm sorry if I went too
No,
long.
thank you for the clarification. Mr. Morrow, just one other question. I know we have modified our rules recently, and it's an issue came up on an adjoining project. Walk me through the number of on-street spaces that existed prior, or maybe Mark, you can assist. How many are being eliminated? How many are being eliminated to provide access, and what the net loss is? And if there's any payment that's owed to us for parking mitigation, on-street parking mitigation.
So I can tell you that in the development agreement, there is a provision that requires us to adhere to that new provision for us to replace the loss of on-street spaces. I'm not sure that we have the exact number yet,
Okay.
but there is a provision in development agreement that we will comply with that
I was
ordinance.
just trying to find the number in the development
Yeah.
agreement, which we had put in prior versions, but I didn't see in
I
this
know
one,
we
so-
have 4 less now.
Okay.
But I don't know the exact number.
Okay, so I'll just leave that to our city attorney to possibly address
Yeah.
that while we,
And maybe I could get you that answer at
That's
the
fine.
conclusion.
yes, ma'am.
It's funny that you touch on those 4 spots, because I don't think it would be fair for us to charge them whatever that is for those 4 spots when it's being removed at the request of
No,
residents.
understood, and that's part of the reason of the request. I mean, our rules do provide when they're complying with a streetscape plan that we've requested, that they're not penalized. But I'm well aware of those 4 spaces, had followed the conversations at the lower board. I had a conversation initially with Mr. Sharice about it, suggested they at least eliminate 1, particularly on the northwesternmost corner, so they could add more landscaping at that edge. They had a rationale that they wanted to have at least 1 guest space for each one of the 3 ground floor units, which did have some logic behind it in my mind. But again, we want to give the neighbors what they want there in terms of an edge treatment. I just want to understand before the project what the net number was. Obviously, there are offsets based on access and where we ended up, because obviously parking, I know I'm giving Mr. Riverall a hard time about parking enforcement and parking revenue, but it is not an inconsequential asset that we've got to manage. So anyhow, we'll get some follow-up clarity from the city attorney and others on that.
Do we at some point want to have that information, at least in an email or something? Or
Yeah,
are we
I'm
just
not sure if
hoping
Mr.
it'll show
Alvarez
up
can
again?
get with our city attorney while we're hearing from the public and
Okay.
get us some refinement on
Perfect.
that particular detail. Any further questions? Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Was there a change to the north side of the building, the part of the building that actually interjects into the residential area?
So,
The reason I'm asking,
yeah,
just
sorry.
so we're all on the same page. Last time I saw the drawings and the architectural plans, my understanding is that the rear, the north side, would have more townhouse look feel. It seems like it's now 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartments. Is that, am I being clear with the drawings here? Just,
So yeah, to your question, let me go to that, rendering for a second here. There's
That's
one
right
that
there.
shows it. Hold on, it's back in the presentation. To your question, yes, this front of the project has been revised probably 8 different times, 6 different times, but not since the time that before it's gone to the initial review at DRB. We worked on this side with staff prior to submitting for quite some time, and one of the things we've done, and I think this angle gives it a good view, is, and I think there's one over here actually, right in front. So what we've done is each portion of this facade has a different architectural treatment, has different materials, and has different window treatment, so it creates the appearance of a townhouse facade. The ground levels are walk-up units. They're not rear accessed, right? Everybody walks in through the front. You can go in through the rear, but there is a front door. That is the design, kind of the way it always has been. It's got 3 levels of units. The ground floor units are accessible through the sidewalk, but the way that the architecture has evolved has changed in terms of trying to really create, 4 different articulated facades.
let me just add one thing. In reality, it has never changed as far as the way that it is designed. It was always designed to look like a townhome, but it wasn't a townhome. And we have changed some of the elements in the front to accommodate the parking, but it's really stayed pretty close to, you know, what we've been showing everybody since day one. This lot doesn't have a lot of movement. You know, you're kind of defined in a very defined space. It's been the same project for the most part, other than just removing that parking and pushing back the building a little bit. But as far as a floor plan that you're discussing, there's never been townhouses, it's been units.
Okay.
It's just the effect of a townhouse is what we're trying to achieve.
Maybe it's my misunderstanding. For some reason, I always thought there was gonna be townhouses on the backside like that.
No.
I'm not saying it's bad or, you know, it's good
Yeah,
or bad.
no.
It was just my understanding, and I just wanted to see
Yeah,
what the
we've-
thought
we've-
process was moving from apartments over townhouses back forth. But if you say it was always like that, and it
It
just
was
seemed
always like
that's
that, but
fine.
we've never submitted anything to the city that, at any time that included a townhouse, a two-story unit.
Fair enough.
Colleagues, for the questions? None? Okay, let's then open up the public hearing. So if there's any member of the public who, if you could take a seat, we'll reserve some time if you got rebuttal. If there's any member of the public who'd like to address this commission with respect to items 4 and 5, you're welcome at this time. Mr. Lopez, anybody else who'd like to line up after him? Mr. Towner, we'll follow up with you, sir, okay?
Hello, Jason Lopez, 7730 Southwest 65th Place. Recently, I've been compared to Bob Welsh, being told I'm the new Bob Welsh, and I realize that's a great weight to carry, but I'm going to continue with that because I think it's pretty cool. I like the building. It's a cool building. I don't think it's really taking into consideration the actual site that it's going on ultimately. There's a lot of letters, TSD, TSDA, things like that allow trees to be killed because those letters exist. On that site currently, there is what we could consider a grandfather oak. It's a huge, sprawling oak tree. It's covered in resurrection fern. It's got Tillandsia recurvata, Tillandsia fasciculare, Tillandsia utricularia. It's got a number of plants that it's hosting. It has a 17-foot diameter breast height reading. So imagine 17 feet around. So they're talking about replacing it with 23 trees or whatever that are 20 feet tall, but have a caliper or a DBH of a foot maybe, top. So the net loss is far greater than what's being replaced. In a project like this, they said themselves there's 10 extra parking spaces. Why can't this project, specifically this project, take into consideration that there are specimen oak trees on the site that they are removing that are hosts for epiphyte communities, birds, all that sort of stuff? Why can't this particular plan that they have redone 6 or 8 times consider the actual site? It's going based on investment opportunity. I realize they could have built bigger units, whatever. This is filling a space that it does not need to fill. Everyone's pointing out that it's some sort of, like the big buildings belong there. The backside are family residents. I have friends that have lived there my whole life. I've used that street my whole life, and I am well aware that while it is in keeping with the planning that has been decided for City of South Miami, it is not in keeping with the spirit of that neighborhood. It's just really tough to make these trades for the concrete without the consideration of what's actually there. They're going to spend all this money to replant, to replace things that are currently existing that we would all hope that we could one day get for our communities. Like it's an existing thing, that one tree, never mind the other 3 oaks that are on the bare lot, or the other 2 large oaks that are on the single family home lot. Never mind them. This one tree should be protected. It's not unreasonable, and it should be considered. And my time's about to run up, but while I was there, I put on my Merlin Bird app, and there was a gray kingbird, tufted titmouse, mourning dove, eastern phoebe, Baltimore oriole, purple martin, house sparrow, boat-tailed grackle, northern cardinal, northern mockingbird, and blue jays heard on the site. April 12th, I was there for 20 minutes. So these sorts of projects do affect our communities, and I realize that this is a special exception, 3 months, get it in, get it approved and whatnot, but it doesn't need to be approved so quickly. They don't need these special exceptions. They can take longer, they can come back with a plan that represents South Miami. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any other member of the public who'd like to speak, please come forward. Please, you're recognized.
I'm David Landau, and I live at 6926 Southwest 62nd Court, directly across the street from the project. First, I want to thank you for the prayer that you started with. That was beautiful. And also for all the presentations. It's really a cheerful city.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the planning board and the planners for restoring the swale, which was taken away to make those four parking places that have been described. Those trees have been there at least 50. I've lived there 50 years. My family grew up, my children, grandchildren grew up there. And those trees have been there 50 years. When we moved in, Mrs. Preble told us that the city had given her a mahogany tree that's still sitting there in the front yard. I don't know when she got it, but before 1975. So a lot of trees are going to be massacred for this project. And our lot, there are only 3 houses across the street. It was misquoted in the early statement. There are only 3 single-family houses on the west side of 62nd Court. There are 3 lots, as you can see in your maps. For me, a much nicer project would be, instead of the 4 townhouses, to have trees there. And then the people that live in the 85 units in the air would have a place to be under trees. I realize it's too late to realize that. I figured that out a couple days ago when I couldn't sleep. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. Is there any other member of the public? Aileen, please come forward.
Helene Valentine, 7300 Southwest 68th Court. You probably know I'm here because I'm standing up, excuse me, I'm standing up for the trees. I'm a tree hugger at heart, and it's not just there, but I keep seeing these big old native trees go down. There's been so many lots that have been cleared and then replanted with palms or little trees. I don't understand why you have to build a building to wipe it out and then plant trees. Why can't you build around it? I don't get it. It's very, excuse me. It's just very sad. Every time I see a big tree down, it just kills me to see it. So just want you to know I'm here in support of trying to save the big trees, the native trees, so that we can be the tree city and the bird sanctuary that we all want to be and stay. So thank you very much, and thank you to our new Bob. Anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Aileen. Anyone else?
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Is that whose phone? No one online, Madam Clerk?
No.
Okay. I just have a question. Jason, if you can clarify, are you talking I see on the landscape plan a 54-inch, still a very big tree, DBH oak tree, which is tree 70 on the plans?
I'm not sure
It's near the corner, near the northwest corner of the site?
I did a little tree survey since you're asking.
Yeah.
I have them numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Can I just show you, if you want to come up, I'll show you on the plan which one I'm speaking of. Is this the one? Okay.
That's it?
That's it, yeah. Okay. No, it's good. I'm good. I just want to make sure I think it's at 70 plus inches, so I was trying to find that on the chart, so.
It's 204 inches around, it's 40 feet tall, and it has a 60-foot crown spread. Tillandsia usneoides, Tillandsia fasciculata, Tillandsia fasciculata variety alba, Pleoteltis polypoides.
I'm
and
good. I mean, again,
That's
whether
all living in the tree, just so you know.
yeah, that's, I mean, again, 54 inches, caught my attention. Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Jason, if you can. You said it's a 60-foot span
Yeah, of shade.
of
The
the canopy.
The whole property of the four trees of the public space currently equal 420 inches of diameter at breast height. So how many feet is that? There are 152 feet of crown coverage. I measured my height and shade distance, and I measured the tree crown shade, and so we have 152 feet of shade and about 150 feet of tree height. But that one particular tree is 17 feet around. That's a 400-year-old tree. Like, it's irreplaceable. No one in our lifetime will ever plant a tree and see it become that.
Question, and this may be a
Yeah.
stupid question, but you would know the answer. Relocating that tree is undoable.
Impossible.
Impossible.
You would have to cut its limbs off, completely change its character, 100% alter the root system. You would stress it out, and then it would require that the upkeep following up was top notch.
Yeah, it takes months, right?
That's far more than that. For a tree like that, you would have to root prune it for 2 or 3 years probably.
Oh, wow.
And then you would have to be staked for a couple of years. It would need all sorts of care. The compaction that goes on from the construction sites is a problem. There's a number of things. Like, that tree is irreplaceable. Irreplaceable. You cannot get that back. There is no resident of South Miami that could ever make that happen.
We understand.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you highlighting it. Okay, colleagues, any further questions? Okay. Mr. Navarro, do you want to add anything by way of comment, rebuttal?
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, thank you. We looked with our arborists at this site and really looked at trying to relocate some of these trees. Unfortunately, the majority of them, if you look at the report, they're in moderate condition, so they're not very good candidates for relocation. And also, there are a lot of low-hanging power lines in the area that would prevent us from moving that tree anywhere, and that tree would be impacted during construction as well. So one of the things that we have done, and
When you're saying that tree, you're talking about number 70?
tree number 70.
Okay.
Yeah, we've looked at that tree in detail, and unfortunately, there's just no way to relocate that off-site, and it's not in the best condition to be a candidate for relocation. But one of the things that we've done, your code, I mentioned, requires a minimum of 12-foot high trees. We have committed to provide 8 20-foot minimum time of planting oak trees, so these will be mature oak trees. It's a substantial increase from what's required, and we know it may not replace that tree, but these 8 large mature oak trees, well above what's required, I think will make a substantial impact in the visual foliage that you see along that street tree. So that's one of the commitments that we made between Planning and Zoning Board and today, and it's part of your development agreement. I think it's a big commitment from the developer.
No, we appreciate it. You have a question? Yeah? I mean, you're welcome to go. We'll wait for you. It's okay. Do you want to take a 3-minute break? We may have some conversation. That's why I'm asking.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a 3-minute recess for Commissioner Bonich. It's okay. Thank you. Right up. Okay, so we're reconvened. Thank you for allowing us the break. With the applicant's indulgence, we do have a consent agenda item. And there's someone here in the audience. I apologize, I lost track of that. Madam Clerk, if you could, in between this item, read, if it's okay, Madam, there's no problem with taking it out of order. If we can take CA, I think it's CA1. Yeah, just very quickly, if we can take CA1. CA2 does not have anyone outside the city, Mr. Manager, associated with it, correct?
You mean the consent agenda?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
CA1, which is the, again, grant for the Jaden Higgins Youth Football Camp, correct?
Yes.
And CA2 does not require, it's just Mr. Riverall, correct?
It's just both on.
Division
consent.
0 resolution. Okay, thank you. So if you can read CA1 really quickly.
A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of South Bend, Florida, approving and authorizing the waiver of certain event-related fees and costs in amount not to exceed $2,248 pursuant to section 15B-6 of the city code for a special event known as 2026 Jaden Higgins Youth Football Camp presented by the Westminster Christian Private School, Inc., to be held Saturday, May 30, 2026 at Palmer Park.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions regarding the item, colleagues? Yes, ma'am.
I actually have something I'd like for you guys to consider. There's an additional $1,685 attached to this, and I'm hoping that we can waive that, seeing as though this is something
What-
to benefit.
what is
the
that for?
It is parks and police, and we routinely waive that for so many other events. And for this one that directly impacts our youth, I think it's such a nominal amount that I think we should add that along with.
That's fine. I have no
to
no
waive
objection
here.
to the modification.
No
Any
objection.
objection?
Thanks, guys.
So do you want to move it as amended?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Can-
so
You want me to say it again?
please, yeah.
Okay. I'd like us to move CA1 with an additional $1,685, which is equal to the hard cost for this event, so that it is completely covered and fee waived.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Bonich and a second by Commissioner Kaye. Any comment before we vote? I'd just like to thank again Jaden for being a great example of, hi, good evening. Thank you for being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. If you want to come forward, introduce yourself really quickly.
Hello, thank you everybody. My name is Jade Higgins and I'm here on behalf of Jaden Higgins and the upcoming youth football camp.
Thanks, Jade. Thank you for being here. Again, just thank your brother for being a great example of what a South Miami can achieve, and we're excited for his success and appreciate him coming back to the neighborhood to offer the camp, and glad to see that Westminster's involved. So thank you.
Go Warriors.
There you go.
Thank you everybody.
Okay.
Sorry,
So the
guys.
motion is second. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to you and your
And-
family for bringing that to us. It's our
Absolutely.
pleasure.
We look forward to bringing it annually, so we'll see you again next year.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, back to items 4 and 5. Where did we leave off? We've closed public comments?
Yes.
Any questions, further questions? Okay. Mr. Navarro, just to kind of get, and Ms. Cabrera, if you can also, because I know this is a particular issue that you care passionately about as well, preserving trees. So, and we're certainly trying to do that with our new sustainability standards. So I just want to understand, there is a conflict between the development of the building and that one specimen tree that seems to be particularly unique given its size. Can you just clarify? I'm trying to understand whether it's salvage, for example, to the untrained eye, you could say, can we remove the line of 2-bedroom units? And would it allow us to save the tree? And my concern was, does the underground parking garage, the footprint of it, affect the tree? And so if you can talk about the interplay between those two elements?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can have our arborist, she's on the line, she can talk about that, but I have a lot of experience doing this because we do significant amount of development around the Tri-County area. The problem is that the underground basement is right behind that wall, and without that space, you can't circulate. There is no parking garage. That's the circulation. When you go in there, and if you were to go in there and root that part out of it, you're gonna disbalance that tree. The tree is likely going to suffer significantly or die. It's just going to be very difficult. This is really not one tree. This is really two trees. So what they're doing is they're measuring both trunks. It's really two trees that are growing right next to each other. So it's really half the size. This is not a 400-year-old tree. I have a 1,500-acre ranch, and I plant oak trees. I love oak trees. And so I know how long it takes for these trees to grow. This is not a 400-year-old tree. Our intent is to plant, 20-foot trees, fertilize them so they can grow as quickly as possible. The same birds, the same trees that are going to be on this oak tree are going to be on our oak trees. It's just going to be younger trees, but over time, it's going to be a tremendous canopy. At the end of the day, we want our property to look complying with the neighborhood. It gives us more value if that building fits into the neighborhood. And that's what we're trying to do. We're transitioning from a 3-story to a 6-story, make it look residential, and basically stay within the land use plan and what the vision is for the city. We're doing exactly what we spent a lot of time trying to put together. And so there happens to be a tree there that is a large tree. There's no question about it, but it's really two trees in one.
No, Mr. Teresa, I appreciate you. I appreciate the explanation. I think I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, you cannot.
And highlight the conflicts.
Yeah.
I think if you were to then, if you were to try to salvage a tree, not only using the units, but you're going to lose about 23 parking spaces or access to 23 spaces.
And circulation.
Yeah, I know, but forget the circulation. I'm saying it basically affects access to when I'm looking at the underground parking level. Looks like this portion of the garage, which is the western portion, becomes inaccessible then, because you would have to change that portion of the footprint as well.
You could do the project.
I'm just trying to understand the residual impacts of trying to preserve the tree.
And like I said, it's two trees. Trying to relocate that tree is going to be.
No, I'm not.
It's impossible.
To me, there's no, from what Jason's offered by way of testimony and others, what you're saying, I take the report on its face. It's not a good candidate for relocation. I'm just wondering if we were trying to preserve it on the site. What are the impacts beyond you all losing 3 2-bedroom units? And it looks like it has.
It'd be a lot more than that.
I'm trying to understand whether it has a residual impact on the underground level, and it seems it does. And it seems that you would lose, by my count, 23 parking spaces underground.
And it would lose circulation. It would impact a lot of things: the garbage pickup, trash pickup, the trash chute areas, staircases. I mean,
Those are on the ground floor level, correct?
Yeah, they go all the way through to the ground floor into the basement.
But I think that portion. Oh, yeah, there's a back of house and the ramp. Okay, so it goes well beyond that. Okay.
And then you have the issue with the canopy that would go into the upper level units as well. So it's not just the basement.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion on the item?
I motion. I'll move it.
This is for item 4.
For item
correct?
4?
Yeah.
Well,
Are we
no, we
moving
take them
them? We
separately.
have to take them separately.
Separate votes, yes.
So I'll move 4
Okay.
I'll second it.
Second. As presented?
as presented.
As presented.
Any questions on the modifications? Do we get clarification on it's on the next item, on the parking removal. Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Bonich with a second by Commissioner Kaya as recommended by staff. Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
And yes, Commissioner Bonich,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Okay, on the development agreement, do we have any clarification on the parking?
So in speaking with, and Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
In speaking with your planning staff, we understand there are no on-street parking spaces today. So the removal of those 4 spaces should not impact us. If we want to clarify the development agreement to that effect, probably be helpful, just for further clarity down the line. But I'm being told that there is no on-street parking
So,
spaces.
Mr. Overall, no on-street parking in that section that's recognized it's revenue generating currently on. Across the street on the north side. Okay, so there was nothing on the south side because it was residential in character before the zoning changes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if we can just clean up and when we move the items, we can move it with a modification to strike the mitigation payment. I just think that would be helpful to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay?
Excuse me, Mayor, the way it reads, the development agreement 3.2, should there be any loss?
Just strike it because should there be, it's going to lead to conversation about whether it's owed or not, and it's just a waste of our collective time. I have a question regarding the DA? Yes, sir.
No?
No questions regarding the DA? Yes, sir.
I
You're
just
recognized.
wanted to make a quick comment. I just wanted to thank the applicant. Obviously, we took a lot of time and effort and thought into the zoning here to create some appreciation for the density and intensity in this area. We do appreciate that you came forward with this, and considering what else is in the area, commercial, medical, I do think that this is going to be less disruptive, because medical uses can have 20, 30 different cars coming every hour throughout the day, and this one's really only going to have the same rush hour traffic that everybody always goes through, with people coming and going, whether they work across the street or whether they work wherever. So I do think that this is a positive project for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have is there a motion to approve?
I'll move it again.
With the modification?
modification.
With the modification. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bonich and a second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, again, if you can call the roll on item 5.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kayan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes,
Item passes 5-0.
thank you. Okay, let's take up
Thank you all
items.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good evening. Let's take up items 6, 7, and 8, please.
Item 6, a resolution of the Mayor City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving or denying a variance application pursuant to Section 20-5.9 of the Land Development Code, seeking to exceed the maximum lot coverage allowed for single floor plate requirements for the floor plates of the 5th and 6th floors for a proposed large-scale development within the Transit-Supported Neighborhood Area, TSNA, sub-district of the Transit-Supported Development District, TSDD, located at 6404 through 6504 Southwest 57th Avenue. Item 7, a resolution of the Mayor City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving or denying a large-scale development special exception application pursuant to 20-8.7 of the City of South Miami Land Development Code for the off-campus student apartments on the 2.73-acre development site located at 6404 through 6504 Southwest 57th Avenue. Item 8, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving or denying a development agreement with Subtext Acquisitions LLC for the off-campus student apartments on the 2.73-acre development site located at 6404 through 6504 Southwest 57th Avenue pursuant to Section 20-8.7 of the City of South Miami Land Development Code.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam City Attorney, we have the warnings previously, correct? Okay, so we are good to proceed. Mr. Alvarez, you're recognized for presentation.
Good evening, Mark Alvarez with the Cordino Group. I'm here on behalf of the City of Miami planning staff. We have reviewed this application and worked with this
South Miami,
applicant.
South Miami.
South Miami.
Sorry?
South Miami.
What did I just say?
City of Miami.
You left.
Sorry. South Miami. That's bad.
Okay.
Excuse me.
It's been a
The
long
City of
evening
South
already.
Miami. It is a large-scale special, excuse me, a large-scale development special exception. Site plan review, this one does also have a variance as a separate item. The location of this is on Red Road, is fronting Red Road between Hardy Road and 66th Street. It's the full block, and it's 2.73 acre block. It's rectangle. This is somewhat of an outlier of the TSDD. It's probably one of the only properties that's not really connected to the rest of the downtown zoning district. And it's surrounded by Coral Gables, Dade County, and on the two sides, City of South Miami. The designation, the land use designation is TSD, the zoning designation is TSDD, and the sub-zone is the TSNA, the Transit Supportive Neighborhood Area. What surrounds this property, and again, I'll talk in a moment about transitions, but to its north, it looks like a single-family house, actually in a very large lot, and that's what it is. It's actually two single-family houses. However, the entitlements for that, it's unincorporated Dade County. It's zoned RU1Z and RU4. Under those entitlements, that property could be developed at some time, and it's large enough for it to a 9-story residential multifamily building. To the south of this project is, we all know, is Red Road Commons. It's in the city of South Miami. It has been developed under a PUD, a Plan Unit Development, which is why it's not included in our TSD zoning district. It's a PUD-M, mixed-use PUD. And that is a 5-story building, and we don't expect it to go anywhere soon. It's a mixed use as well, retail on the ground floor. To the east of the project is, again, no longer in our jurisdiction. It's across Red Road. It is the University of Miami, and it is also Coral Gables. The entitlements in that really go with the campus master plan. And as we can see right now under the current master plan for the campus, there is nothing slated for that. However, the limitations of those buildings and that scale is really out of our hands, and its development is between the city of Coral Gables and the university. And then to the west is a single-family neighborhood. Again, this is a TSNA project. In that area, that is a transitional area. And we have, under the zoning district of RS4, we have single-family homes across the street on 57th Court. They can go to 2 stories and 30 feet now, but right now those are single-story homes. So for compatibility, we have, as is the case with most of our downtown development, we intended to create greater density and put more people in the downtown so that it would also feed into our businesses and our mixed uses and our workplaces in the downtown, to have people within walking distance, and most especially to have people within walking distance of the Metro Rail station. Back in, I think it was November, we started talking about having student housing or student apartments because we are near the University of Miami, and that adds an extra dimension to that, so that we would now have students who, in this case, this property is right across the street from the university. So I think we can easily foretell that even with students who are going to an expensive school and may bring their cars here, many would walk to the university because it is only across the street and parking costs money on both sides. So we think this also adds to the pedestrian environment of the downtown for that aspect of it as well. Again, as a TSNA property, there are all the reasons why this is a good reason for the downtown and for the university and for pedestrianism and transit support. We also consider how it works for the neighborhood to the west. So this has to come under the TSNA rules, where the front part of the property, in this case the east side, would be able to go to 6 stories, and the 75 feet in from the west side, across from the single-family homes, would have to come down to 3 stories to start to create that transition. And again, just here we have this north-south transition with a potential for 9 stories in the county property, coming down to 6, going to 5 at Red Road Commons. And we have really an unknown potential for the university over time. We don't know what the campus master plan would hold for those blocks, but they are fairly undeveloped, so we could imagine that at some time there's something there. Excuse me. And then going, in this case again, east to west, we would have that transitioning down to 6 stories across Red Road, transitioning to 3, and then transitioning to the 2-story single-family area. So again, this is consistent with our future land use plan. It's consistent with the zoning code. They were pretty much written together, but it is consistent with the land use plan. It is consistent with numerous policies in the future land use element of our comprehensive plan, which are listed there. And again, this property, it's in the purple area, which is the future land use, the transit supportive development area designation, and it's a little bit locked out by some black up there, but it's the red rectangle. And again, I mentioned it is an outlier on our future land use map. It's not. It's connected by Red Road Commons, because Red Road Commons falls into our designation. However, we couldn't rezone Red Road Commons because it was under a PUD. So under zoning, this property is isolated from the rest of the zoning district. The residential density of this is also compliant with the requirements of TSNA. The whole block is TSNA. It can go to 100 units an acre. However, for student, off-campus student apartments, as we have termed it, We counted our residential density a little bit differently, and we used the number of bedrooms, and it's the number of bedrooms that really is what we look at. So we take 100 times 3.5, and that was what we put in the code and agreed to. This property, in terms of number of units, comes out to 88 units per acre. And also in terms of the bedrooms, or what would be allowed under the code, this could have 273 residential units, and it could have 938 student, did I read that right? 956 student bedrooms, and the project comes in at 240 units, which is a little bit under, and 772 bedrooms, which is, again, a little bit under the maximum. And again, we have a regulation for bedroom size, and it meets the requirements for bedroom size as it is currently in the code. So every single one of those bedrooms is above our requirement in the code for 150 square feet. Not for the apartment. It's right now, as in the code, we have it as per bedroom. The parking and loading, again, the application has decided to provide more parking than we require for student housing. What's required is 384 spaces, and it comes in at 395 spaces. So they have provided all of the parking requirement. It also meets the car sharing and the delivery areas as well. And we have a very intense requirement for bicycles for students, or bicycles or scooters or any kind of similar mobility. We have a very extensive requirement. It's meeting that requirement as well. There are, that table is wrong, but there are 193 required, and it's over 193, and there are 16 on the outside on the 57th court side. One of the things I want to point out, and it's something that this project came in to us a little bit unexpected, in that its configuration put the garage on with access onto Red Road. We actually didn't expect that when we first saw it, and however, we think it's a very good idea. It's one that's much more difficult because they're putting their access on a state road. There's more permitting for the state to go through. However, what it does is it gives us a very good assurance as far as design goes that we would never put traffic onto the back of the project where the single family homes are. So the side streets do not have access, the back doesn't have access, it's all through Red Road. And through the process of working with this applicant, they meet the loading requirements, the delivery requirements, the car sharing requirements, all on that first level. That garage goes up 6 stories, just as the rest of the building does. And actually, it goes down half a story in the back as well. And the trash, all of that is internal to the project. And again, it faces Red Road. It does not face the single-family areas. So we have much more assurance that we're not going to have the noise or any of the outside effluence of those activities happening inside. The street hierarchy, we regulate, as it is now in the code, we regulate what happens on Red Road. The other streets are non-TSDD streets, as our code currently exists. The project requires a 7-foot clear path on the sidewalk with 4 feet on the outside of the sidewalk, so that there is protection from the moving traffic, and that's been provided. On this project, there is a little bit of a grassed area, depending on where you are on the block, on the inside of it as well. There are a number of configuration issues that came up for Red Road. There's a taper, which takes away some property, so this is why this green area exists also on the inside, but we don't actually require it. But still, it meets all the requirements. We have the 4 feet on the outside, we have the 7-foot sidewalk. Around the project, we have, again, this project has gone through a number of iterations. We've worked with this quite extensively. But on 66th and 64th, Hardy Road is 64th, which is a county road. This will have curb and gutter and landscape on the outside to protect pedestrians, and at least a 6-foot path, pedestrian path on the inside. 6 feet is what we require for the rest of the city. As we move to the back, there are some, we've been working with the applicant, there are some changes that are related to landscaping. I'll get to the landscaping in a few slides. but the applicant will be proffering the consideration of actually creating more of a single-family section on the 57th Court side. So it may be a valley gutter, something neat and clean, not like the usual swale and street, but something that would not have a curb. And the reason to do that is and again, I'll get to that in a few slides, but there are some discussions about retaining more of the tree canopy that is existing canopy rather than replacing it. And that's apparently going to be a necessity to have that swale area a little larger to try to retain some of those trees. So it would be so no matter what, we'll have a 6-foot sidewalk, but it may be a swale section in the back, and that may be something that's an interesting idea because it's similar to what's across the street for the single-family houses and may create a street section that looks more residential. For open space, this does meet the open space as well. 10% of a lot is required, just under 11% is provided. Again, it's all linear open space with the exception of on the 57th Court side, there is a public plaza that would be public open space. And I think as a gesture to the neighborhood, this is something that breaks up the mass a little more and provides an amenity for the neighborhood if they choose to use it. Right now it's programmed with a dog walk or a dog run area. For landscaping, so this is the plan as it stands and as it's in your package. We've had a number of discussions with this applicant. First of all, it meets all of our landscape requirements as far as the trees that are being planted all around the project. And again, we have them mostly in that landscape area to protect pedestrians and also give the tree enough room and for the canopy to grow next to the building. There are a number of mahoganies on the back side. There's a live oak on the red road side, and there's a strangler fig on the inside. We've had a number of discussions more recently about trying to save some of those trees rather than relocate or rather than remove them. Those are still ongoing, and I believe, again, the applicant will be proffering part of the development agreement that will work with that process to see what trees we can remove. So the landscape plan may change, but it would be in the effect of keeping more of the trees that are there. And most of the trees on the back are mahoganies. For building height, this complies with our code as well. We have a 6-story envelope on the front that we can go to, and it is 6 stories. It's underneath the actual roof height, and that would go for 125 feet in from Red Road because this is a 200-foot deep block, and so to preserve the 75 feet on the west side by the single-family side, it gives them 125 feet of 6-story, and then the last 75 feet come down to 3-story. Again, it's within the height requirements, and this application also programs private open space for the residents as well, with some amenities on the top. Again, there's been a lot of work with the amenities to make sure that those amenities are quiet amenities that would not be disturbing to the single-family neighborhoods. So there were once padel courts, I believe, and those are gone. It's just more of a swimming pool, sunning areas, and things like that that are relatively quiet. For building location, massing, and form, again, we start getting into something that's a little more judgmental, but we have gone through all of the criteria that are in the code for the building form. This does meet them all. The building coverage is consistent, 80% is permitted, 79.6 is provided. The building frontage on the block faces meets the requirements. All the floor plates up through number 4 are consistent with what's required. And our build to and setbacks, horizontal building variation, the dimensions of all that are fully met. We are, again, I think I'll wait till the architectural slide, but we are also working with the applicant still to make some changes on the surface, scoring on stuccos and colors to present that building a little more articulated. The one thing that is the standout is that the floor plate above the 4th floor does not meet our criteria, so we have a limit on anything above the 4th floor in the TSDD zoning district for all of it, not depending on sub-areas. That was designed to control tower massing. So when this was being done in the TSDD, we worked on a lot of ways to generically, without getting into the skin and the architecture, controlled tower massing, and we decided on 20,000 square feet. So I'm going to say right now, before I get to the variance, that was always intended for towers. We didn't actually, we should have foreseen, but we didn't actually do that for the 6-story buildings, except for one particular set of criterias. Again, the architectural standards, we are continuing to work with the applicant, and I believe they will be proffering a development agreement condition that they will continue to work with that and look at the skin and the colors and the stucco and some of these effects that are more on the surface of the building. But anyway, the building will be looking to attain a LEED Silver certification. The window glazing, which we measure horizontally and we measure it differently for different floors, meets all of the requirements. And the garage screening, which again, we have worked extensively with this, does meet the requirements. And in fact, the screening moves a little bit, so it's not all flat. It's been divided into 3 panels, and the applicant they will be submitting this for the AIPP process. So the design that's on there is more of a placeholder. So we have a variance for the 5th and 6th floors. We have 5 variance criteria. I'm going to go through them as quickly as I can. But the first criteria is that the variance is necessary to relieve a particular extraordinary condition. The condition is not exactly a unique condition. It doesn't need to be, but it is extraordinary, not because of the land. And this is one thing that we struggled with, because what we're really trying to accomplish is we have a technicality that we didn't intend, but we have to get through it through a variance. But what happens on this particular property is we have a number of things come together having to do with our zoning code, and our zoning code affects these TSNA properties at the edges, or all the properties limited to 6 stories, more or less the same. However, when we get to certain dimensions and certain areas and certain uses in our code, we cannot break up that mass without going to a variance. When this first came in, I'll explain a little of the history. We require this change, this maximum of 20,000 square feet for a floor plate, and floor plate was our definition. Floor plate is a definition that can also be used for the division between a garage floor plate and the residential area floor plates, habitable areas. Going through the building, the habitable area to the north is about 13,000 square feet. The habitable area, the garage, is about 21,000 square feet, so it would potentially fall under a waiver. And then the last residential area, those floor plates are 26,000 square feet, 24,000, excuse me. Going through this process, we realized that having the garage connected at each level to each residential area is a more safe and secure position, which more or less emphasized our position that we had a technicality to overcome, and this is a lot of what this variance is about. But in any case, our extraordinary conditions are not so much the land, but the way we vertically treat these buildings in the TSNA. We have, so we have a number of properties where this would affect, but on this particular property, because of the use, so we had allowed for a waiver to excuse the floor plate under certain conditions with mixed-use buildings and office buildings. And that has been accomplished already in another application. In this application, because it was a use that really came along a little later, it's residential in its nature, it cannot apply for the same waiver. So same condition, different zoning requirement, different criteria. And that's really where we found the somewhat more unique condition.
Mark, what project was that? I'm sorry, just so you can remind us.
That would be Med Square.
Med Square?
Yeah.
So the one north of the last parcel we discussed.
Correct. So that's at about 40,000 square feet per plate. And that's on the 5th and 6th floor.
Can I just, again, I'm sorry to interrupt your presentation, but I'm just curious, since you're on the subject. I mean, isn't that just a recognition that typically, in my experience, there's a vast difference between the maximum size of a commercial floor plate and a residential floor plate above a certain level? The market typically builds to a much smaller size. So I'm not sure if it's, arbitrary in that regard.
Okay.
I mean, I understand it's treating uses differently, but it is recognizing that there is established commercial practice that's very different by use. I don't typically see buildings that have, there are rare exceptions. The site is pretty, I'd say the site here is more unique than the distinction between the uses in this analysis. I mean, this is a pretty atypically long site for South Miami. We don't typically see a block that's platted as one track of this size with this kind of a dimension. At least, not in my experience, at least in 3.5 years sitting up here. So it's, I don't know, I'm not sure that I agree with the characterization of the basis for denial, but.
Well, it's actually a basis for the acceptance of the variance.
Understood, but I mean, I guess the hardship being that you're saying that are having a.
It's arbitrary in its treatment between.
Allowing uses that are not residential to obtain a variance versus uses that are residential is an improper basis for distinguishing? That's what I've understood you were saying.
We have not established what that difference is, at least in our code.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought the reason we had a floor plate delimiter that was different for residential was because it's customary to see floor plates for residential that are smaller than for commercial uses. Anyhow. Again, I try to stay purposely ignorant about our code because it allows me to be a client and not a lawyer. But if I'm confusing principles, I appreciate you clarifying.
Yeah, I mean, the other situation is a mixed use with office, which is fairly specific. It would actually not apply to anything different other than a mixed use with an office. So we're looking at that and trying to say, we'd actually like to cure that condition in our code so that any building would have the same access in terms of form and not having to look at the use before we decide on the form. So that's where the analysis is coming from. We just have a difference, not only in the treatment of the vertical building, and this is where this slide was going, where we treat the 4th floor one way, but the 5th floor and 6th floor are different. But the 4th floor still has the constraint of only going to a point in the project 75 feet from the neighborhood. So we have a difference in the way we treat 4th with 5th and 6th, and we have a difference between properties depending on the use.
Okay.
Which, at this point, at least as we have written it in our code, because we don't provide that reason, is viewed as arbitrary.
Okay.
So again, I mean, the hardship again is just that it is confiscatory in that we're treating these conditions differently, both in the vertical, which is all their property, not really confiscatory, but treating buildings across the city or not across the downtown in a different manner based on their uses. So whether it's a condition of the owner's action, I think it is. However, we also recognize that the owner has done something. I mean, of course, they designed the project, but the owner has determined that in trying to follow the heart of what we wanted to do, they wanted the garage on the Red Road side, which I think complicated their project, as opposed to if it was in the corner or on a side street. So I think they're reacting to our desires, and it came out to a situation where these floor plates made more sense to have them connecting to the garage and not have a space between them, at least on the 5th and 6th floor. And finally, the request would be the minimum because it's not any larger than the 4th floor. 5th, 6th, and 4th floors are approximately the same. I mean, there's a few square feet difference. So it's not going bigger, it's just the same thing. And the variance wouldn't really create a building that's inconsistent because we still allow a 6-story building. It still has the transition to 3 stories, and it doesn't create any detriment to the public welfare. That, to the extent that somebody could say there is a detriment, it wouldn't be any more than not having that condition imposed. I don't think I said that right, but there's no delta on that. In other words, having the spaces and not having the spaces we would view in this project as not having a significant difference to the neighborhood. And those would be our 5 findings for the variance. So we, as a staff level, we do recommend the approval of large-scale special exception with the conditions in the development agreement or the requirements in the development agreement to continue working with the surface and to continue working with the retaining more of the existing trees that are on the site. And one other condition I haven't mentioned, I know that they are still working with the Department of Transportation because their left turn lane into the property from Red Road that they applied for a permit for, also they have been requested, and we would agree with it, to extend the left turn bay going to Hardy Road from Red Road. So I know they're continuing to work with that, and we would include that as well, that they would continue with that along what we have been told that they're going to accomplish. And DOT won't permit them pretty much until they do that. So it's more, and then to recommend, we recommend acceptance of the requested variance for the 5th and 6th floors for the floor plates. So I know there'll be questions.
Colleagues, questions? Who wants to start? Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
I just had a question. The 79% lot coverage, does that include the interior courtyards, or it's just the entire exterior of the building has 79%?
It's just it does not include the courtyards.
Okay.
The courtyards go to ground level.
It's just surprising. It seems like it's more, but okay.
It fills out a little more towards the perimeters of the property because the courtyards don't count.
Okay.
If those were one level up, then it would be part of the building's footprint and it would be part of the coverage.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? No? Yes, you're recognized, Commissioner Bonich.
Okay, in all the words that you said, sorry, I totally verbose. You mentioned that they are
Too intense for you?
working. Oh my
Too much
God,
intensity?
it was like mind numbing. But in what you mentioned, you say that they're working on the facade still, and that is going to be tied to the development agreement. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Okay.
Not in a way that changes the form. We do regulate the form. We don't regulate the paint and the colors and the stucco scoring that we're trying to accomplish to just give the visual appearance of more movement in the building.
Yeah, because, I mean, for clarification for everybody, it went from, sorry guys, I'm sorry because I'm going to say this, but it went from looking like prison to looking a little bit,
Institutional's a better word for that, maybe.
but you're just kinder than I am.
Institutional's very nice.
So it went from
So it
looking
was-
like a prison.
They had a lot of
to
fenestration now with
looking-
a lot more defenestration before.
Oh, God, please, I'm gonna kill all of you. And then we saw some movement on the building with, and we're trying to get just a little bit better on the facade so that it's a prettier thing. While we're doing that in the front, can anybody pop up what the back will look like? Because that's what the residents are going to be seeing. I mean, make me sound like a jerk, but, how do I say this nice? I think the front is great. I think the front is beautiful.
You're more
Not-
focused on South Miami than Coral Gables.
Exactly. I couldn't care less what people at Coral Gables are seeing. I want to know what my people are seeing. And so if we're working on making the front more attractive, maybe we can make it work for the back as well. Because if I lived behind there, I want it to look nice for my house too. So
Commissioner Bonich, do you want to see the rendering as it?
Yeah, can
as
we
it stands
pop
in
up the
package
back
today? Can we
right
go
I
now?
don't have it ready to queue up, but
oh wait.
Is there
They
something
do.
about the rendering that you're concerned about?
Commissioner Corey is showing it to me. Well, if you look at the rendering in the back, it's very similar to the rendering in the front. So if we are doing that in the front, let's make it prettier all the way around. Like I say all the time, it costs the same to make an ugly building as it does to make a pretty building.
This one has
So,
a
the
daylight.
back is renderings A906, 0708.
we're seeing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, if you look at this, it's very much mimicking as a building would, the front to the back. So what I'm saying is, as we work on the front, which I have every hope that will come to something that's beautiful, considering who's working on it, we do the same to the back.
Just so I'm clear, you would want the facade modified on the rear as well?
As we are modifying the front facade, I think it would benefit to have the back facade mimic that. If not, we have like party in the, beautiful in the front and ugh, in the back.
So I felt that same way with the earlier illustration of the rear facade. I think this is a whole lot better. Not to reuse a word that I already used, which is intensity. I think the problem with the front facade is that this block is, well, I think it's
200 feet
different than
long.
Med Square. It's probably twice as long as Med Square in
Yeah,
terms of its
This one's about 200.
one linear dimension, right? And so when you have a building, I don't care what size it is, that's
No.
6 stories and 400 feet long, right? It feels super
actually-
intense, right? Here, because the scale is much lower, I think the intensity is diminished. So I think the architectural problem is tougher on the front to resolve for that reason. I don't know, and we'll hear from the public, but I just didn't know if you felt that it's exactly the same condition. I don't feel it's exactly the same condition for that reason, that if they want to, certainly want to see people invest more money and improve the articulation of the facade if they can, right? Because we want to give, the goal with changing the swale, the goal with trying to preserve the trees on that frontage, the goal with trying to make sure that those units kind of mimic the rhythm of the single-family neighborhood so that it's more harmonious. But I don't know that the architectural expression should necessarily be the same.
When you consider what we saw, and I thought it was, and that's why it really came to mind, when you look at the last project that we saw and how they were treating that space, so that it did look like different pieces. The same length that you have in the front, you have in the back. So just because you're adding more height to it doesn't, no disimula, like, I don't know how do you say that word in English. It
No, but
doesn't,
here there isn't, again, I'm not trying to argue anyone's point, and Mr. Garcia sure will do a good job of it. But remember, there's a difference in this, in that there is a physical break in the buildings.
the dog
Because there
park.
is the courtyard, right, whatever it's called, dog park courtyard, whatever it is, right? There is that open area. So the building is, the advantage that we've given to the residential side is our insistence on having that green space express itself on the west,
Agreed.
as opposed to the east, so that the building is effectively fractured at the center, right?
I agree.
So, again, if there are specific items that are of concern, I would just say, let's share them with staff so they can maybe iterate it further when it goes back to DRB. I'm just concerned about saying if it's a straight 1-for-1, if it's done on the front
Well,
side.
no, I'm
should
not
be done on the
saying
back
it's
side.
a 1-for-1,
Okay.
but what I'm saying
Just
is
want to give people
that
clarity of direction.
due consideration for the back needs to be taken as well, because once we modify the front, we don't want them to look completely different. And I have every faith that Arquitectonica could make this look amazing, and our director, Surami, will work with them to make sure that it looks amazing. I just say whatever treatment we do, we should do it where it faces our residents as well.
Agree, and we've had a lot more conversations, so I'll reserve my rebuttal for after the presentation, so,
Okay.
And hearing from the public. Further questions? No? Okay. So why don't we hear from the applicant, and we will open up for public remarks. Mr. Garcia, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here this evening representing Subtex Acquisitions LLC, the applicant and contract purchaser for the property located at 6504 Southwest 57th Avenue. Subtex is one of the nation's leading developers and operators of student housing in the United States. And consistent with the recently adopted TSD and student housing regulations, Subtex is proposing a 6-story, 240-unit student housing building with a small cafe on the ground level. This project has undergone a rigorous city review process, and we have been responsive to the many requests which have been made to us over the course of the project review. While the process has been demanding, we do feel that it has led to a better project and a project which addresses community concerns. With that said, I'll ask Ryan Bump from Subtex to come up and walk you through the proposed plans.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I am Ryan Baum with the applicant. First, I'd like to thank Mark, staff, Planning Board, DRC. We've gotten a lot of collaboration from the city, a lot of input, and I think as noted, the designs come a long way, the projects come a long way to meet the city's needs, and so I think we appreciate and like where we've gotten to this point. As everything evolved with the design, we were focused on 3 areas. The residential feel of the townhomes was a core focus of ours as the design evolved. Reducing the amenity on the 4th floor and screening and being conscious of the impact that might have on the neighborhood behind it. And then the sidewalk and pedestrian experience and safety as you circulate around the property. The site, as noted, was on 57th, and what we really like about it, aside from being across the street from the university, the proximity to the light rail and proximity to downtown South Miami and all the retail and shops on 72nd and 57th, it really has everything that we're looking for in a property. As noted, we are at 240 units, 772 bedrooms, and 373 parking stalls. So we are fully compliant with the density requirements for the site. With the public and private bicycle parking, we're at 249 stalls, and that includes mobility, scooter, and e-bike parking spots as well. And public open space, we've been able to achieve over 13,000 square feet of public open space around the property. Here is the ground floor. As noted, really a driver of the entire design was an effort to keep the access off Southwest 57th and keep everything away from the neighborhood on 57th Court. So the primary vehicular access is located there mid-block. We also have the lobby and cafe entrances that are on 57th as well. You can see here, as noted, we've got trash, loading, parcel, car share. All of that is off-site and accessed by Southwest 57th. So reducing any impact to the surrounding neighborhood as much as possible. And all of these are fully compliant with the code. Another kind of big change that was made as the plan developed is we were really focused on providing as much sidewalk and landscape buffer as possible on the site. So as things evolved, we were able to provide an 11-foot sidewalk minimum around the site, consisting of 7-foot clear path and the 4-foot landscape buffer. And then as you go to the northeast corner, down 57th, we were able to achieve a 14-foot sidewalk profile with 10-foot minimum clear. And this is the direction and the path of travel that we would anticipate for a lot of our residents who are going to be walking from the property to campus. Here is a look at the renderings. So the exterior design has evolved significantly. So we've gotten a lot of really good input, giving a little more movement to that facade, more variation, color. We've bumped out the balconies and created these sections that give it a little bit more horizontal breaks. We've added additional glazing, so that's a significant change from when this was first proposed, even to Planning Board the first time around. So you can see we've expanded the size of windows throughout all of those balcony stacks and achieved the zoning requirements for glazing on all levels. Zooming into the garage, this was another area of focus for refinement and improvement. So we've separated the garage vertically into these 3 sections to reduce the scale of them. We've added these kind of folds into them just to provide that additional variation. And then we really focused on what does that ground level pedestrian experience feel like as you're walking by the garage. So we've completely screened the garage with the exception of the drive entrance itself, and really focused on landscaping and lighting and what that pedestrian experience looks like, as well as maximizing the width of the sidewalk as much as possible.
A quick question on this point. So just, is the corrugated metal being continued down to the ground floor plane? Is that the screening element for the garage behind it?
No, that's a different material that provides. So there's a concrete break at the bottom of the garage.
Yep.
And that's more of like a softer landscaping style screening, different material there.
Is that wood, or what are you guys contemplating?
It's not defined yet.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the design intent.
What's the range of options you think that would be practical to execute there?
I think for that square footage of area, I think we would be open to anything.
Okay.
Something softer like a wood tone or something like that would be completely achievable.
Okay.
Here we go to the south elevation, and you see the step down as noted, but you can also start to see that amenity deck on level 4, and we've really focused on screening as much as possible, and you can start to see how much landscaping is up on that deck in an effort to provide that screening. We have added additional bump outs and variation to this facade as well. And here you can see where we've transitioned from, the taller building has a certain architectural language, and we start to transition to our townhome typology as you move over. So the balcony treatment there on the right is slightly different than the treatment for the 3-story section on the left. Here is the 3-story design and where it's evolved to. So it has gone through extensive, feedback and modifications. So we've really improved the scaling, the vertical breaks to provide that townhome scale, focused on the facade detailing, and added some additional color variation. This is where we were at 2 or 3 months ago. So you can see it's much more horizontal, not nearly as much detailing. You can see the activity up on the level 4 deck. We have a padel court as shown here. This is where we've ended up, much more rich detailing across and color variation, gotten rid of the padel court and added that additional screening, which has caused, you can't see that level 4 amenity deck when you're from the ground level. Here's a plan view of the amenity deck. So previously on the left side of the screen, there was a padel court, some barbecue and additional gathering spaces. We've removed that based on concerns that we heard, and then reduced the size of the amenity deck in that area. And then you can see the rim of green across the whole thing. That's landscape planters that buffer the entire length of the deck. Here you can start to see what that screening does. And when you're in this area of that amenity deck, that's over 6 feet between the wall and the planters. You're over 6 feet of screening, so you cannot see anything from the residential homes below. We did want to provide an update on the kind of community outreach that we did early on in the project. So back in December, we did hold the community meeting. We had about 25 individuals who attended that. And we heard a lot of the concerns. A lot of what we heard at that time revolved around security and traffic service vehicles and the amenity deck. It was a big driver for why we put the entrance where we did. It's been a big driver for why we kind of increased the amount of screening and landscape for that amenity deck. And then for that amenity deck as well, we're willing to commit to a 10 p.m. cutoff time and close that deck down so that it's not disruptive to the neighbors. Additionally, feedback we heard was with regards to job creation. So we've worked with JMA, who's our general contractor, to have them set up a job fair when we get a little closer to construction. And then they're also going to use best efforts to make outreach specifically to trades, subcontractors who work in South Miami, and connect to the workers who reside in South Miami and make sure we make best efforts to reach out to them, make sure they're aware of open positions and employment needs, and just give them the best opportunity to be a part of the project. And then once we're up and operational, we'll do the same thing for the property for permanent positions as well. The tenants who are on site, most of the properties have been vacated. The owners of the property had already had the plan to exit out of the housing programs that they've been a part of prior to our involvement in the project. So that was all sort of in process. So there are 14 remaining tenants who are on site currently. We've engaged Miami Homes for All, who is a local housing services provider. They provide support, feedback, guide people through the process of finding that relocation housing, and comparable relocation housing is really what we want for these people. So we're actually providing $50,000 for relocation assistance. We've upped that a little bit to provide as much support as possible for Miami Homes for All to help with that relocation assistance. And then we're continuing outreach on behalf of the tenants to Miami-Dade Housing Authority and just trying to make this as seamless as a process as possible.
Just on the slide, first of all, thank you for connecting Mario with Miami Homes for All. I think it was a good investment of your resources to help with that transition. The people I had heard from all had vouchers. The understanding I had was they just needed assistance with their rent deposits for their next apartment. Was that the majority of the tenant mix? Was it mostly all possessed vouchers? I just would love some more color into that issue.
It was a majority of HUD vouchers and moderate rehab and market rate. So I think there was at maybe 20% market rate, and then the remainder were
mod rehab or
14
vouchers?
mod rehab, and then the voucher.
Okay, and the 14 that are remaining, are they the mod rehab?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so they do not have any guaranteed housing assistance for the transition?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, so their leases expire on September 5th.
Okay.
And we're fully intending to honor them. We're creating our whole plan around those dates.
Where are they located on the site?
There's 2 buildings in the northwest corner.
Okay.
And 1 building in the southwest corner.
Okay.
So it's kind of both ends of the site. So we've already worked with the contractor to have a plan that we can allow them to stay in place through the end of their lease and have all of the same services and protection that they have now.
Okay, and so those are the folks that you're trying to connect with Miami-Dade Housing Authority to possibly get some voucher assistance?
Yes, so the typical process is anywhere between 45 to 60 days prior to the end of your lease that you start to get that voucher for or accepted into a new property. With Miami Homes for All, where the intent is to expedite that to where they have that assurance much earlier.
Okay. By the way, if you're going to speak, come on up. That's fine. Just name and address for the record, please. Thank you. No problem.
Matt Swedenberg with the developer. I was just going to say, each of those mod rehab units, Miami-Dade has already submitted the voucher request to HUD. And so those are in process, and they're just waiting on HUD to issue the vouchers.
They're going to convert the mod rehab assistance to vouchers for those
the
individual
typical
tenants?
Section 8 vouchers,
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions on that?
No, sorry to.
No.
Important issue.
The last thing, Mark laid out the variance issue. We just wanted to share, I guess, our view of it. And when you talk about where's the value to the city of this 20,000 square foot floor plate requirement, the image on the left is an example of building a tower without that requirement, where you can just have, your podium and a box that goes all the way up with the intent of the floor plate limitation to cause something more of a break like you see on the right. And our point with this is just, it doesn't feel applicable to the dimensions of our site. As noted, it's an unusually long, unusually shaped site for South Miami. And so just want to demonstrate where we understand the intent and where it came from, and just why it's not necessarily applicable to our site. And the last piece was just, as noted, this is the text amendment that, you know, would allow us to achieve what we want to achieve. So it's a fairly minor text amendment, and, you know, I think doesn't open up excessive opportunities in other parts of the city to be abused. So feel like it's justified for this particular site, and, you know, still offers the protection to the city moving forward. With that, I will let Mario close out.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And one more note on the issue of the variance. The variance I would summarize as being requested to address an unintended consequence of a floor plate requirement that is meant to address buildings which have both a pedestal and a tower. Here, we have no tower. This is all pedestal, and it is a pedestal where we can only use a portion of it for the maximum height permitted, and where all involved want parking, loading, and access strictly accessible from Southwest 57th Avenue. So further constraining where we could potentially put the program and requiring parking to go up higher than the whole coverage of the other building on the ground level. With that said, there's still been a few discussions with city staff in the last few days that Mark alluded to, and I just wanted to discuss those also. In particular, having to do with tree preservation and facade improvements. On the issue of tree improvements, we were provided the city arborist report late last week, and it identified certain trees that they recommended should remain. We are willing to make an effort on many of them to be able to potentially preserve them on site or relocate them. And some language that I have here that I can pass out, which would be an additional amendment to the development agreement, would read as follows. Developer shall make commercially reasonable best efforts to preserve the trees located along the Southwest 57th Court right-of-way, which are recommended to remain pursuant to the city arborist report prepared by Robert Curtis and dated April 15, 2026, the city arborist report. In the event that these trees cannot be preserved on site, new 18-foot high trees with a DBH measurement of a minimum of 5 inches will be planted along the Southwest 57th Court right-of-way prior to issuance of the project's temporary certificate of occupancy. These are for the trees recommended to remain along Southwest 57th Court. There are then 2 other trees which we are willing to make efforts on to relocate, which is a strangler tree identified as tree number 35 in the city arborist report, which shall be relocated to a city-owned property to be mutually agreed to by developer and city. And then developer is also willing with tree number 43, which is a live oak, to root prune that for a period of 3 months to then determine whether it is eligible for relocation. So that's on the topic of trees. On the topic of architecture, which we've discussed already, and how to improve the facades, we're proffering a revision to section 2.3.41 of the development agreement, which would add a sentence at the end of that provision, which reads, developer shall utilize commercially reasonable efforts to further study and elaborate the facade facing Red Road. We could potentially add Southwest 57th Court also too, so as to further distinguish and differentiate each wing of the project based on coloring, finishing, and details, meaning the north residential wing, the parking garage, and the south residential wing. As was discussed during Ryan's presentation, the proposed contribution to assist with tenant relocation has been increased from $35,000 to $50,000. And we've also agreed to a 10 p.m. Closing time, let's call it, for the amenities deck on the roof of the 3rd floor, so as to create, better regulate that space. Your staff and all your boards that have reviewed this project have recommended approval. We ask that you also vote to approve this promising project, which will serve to fulfill your vision for this area of the city. The whole team here is available for questions, and I'll reserve some time for rebuttal if necessary. Thank you.
Got questions? Please, go ahead. Just questions. Let's keep the comments to the end.
Oh, I just have a question.
Please, go
Because
ahead.
I'm staring at it. This fenced-in area that we're seeing on the screen will also have an open and close time?
And, well, it's going to be subject to an easement in favor of the city, and we think what would be appropriate is probably sunrise to sundown is the open time, as is common, I think, with city parks.
I agree. I think that's a good idea. You don't want that just open
Correct,
at all times.
So if that's a condition, I would just suggest, because I had similar a question. So there's I think it's 2362 of the development agreement speaks to public access. And times when it's open, accessible to the public, you just might want to modify it or move it with that modification. 2362 is the section of the DA. Further comments or questions? On the same topic, while we're on it, in terms of public access, again, the image is, I think, very nice. The only problem is that to the uninformed member of the public, it reads like it's private space. And so what signage requirements, this is a question to the applicant and/or the city attorney, do we have that would help any member of the public understand that I think it's styled a public dog run or dog park, would be available to any member of the public to access. So I don't know if you're contemplating signage to that effect, or whether we need some sort of a signage requirement in section 236, right?
Yeah,
To
I
just
think
address that.
the signage that's shown up there is probably not appropriate for that particular spot, and that can be replaced with something to the extent.
I think you're just trying to illustrate the condition, but I also want to make sure that we don't forget that, because if the intention is for people who are in the neighborhood to be able to use it, it's got to signal visually that it's a place that's also available to them. So,
Agreed.
okay. Further questions, comments?
We're asking questions after public comments, right?
Questions now, we'll have comments after public comment.
So questions out from us?
Please, yeah.
Okay. Can we go to page 13, please?
Page 13 of the presentation?
Yeah, the presentation. Mario?
Let me see, which one's 13? What's the title?
Keep going, keep going.
I don't know.
3 more.
Again?
There you go.
There you go. that's
Okay.
fine.
Perfect.
So what do you have on the amenity deck here on the bottom left-hand side? Why is it grayed out? Is it? what-
That's right now that will be empty space. That was a previous location of the Padel and, the racket court sort of area, which after considerable comments from planning board, from the public and so forth, we have eliminated. So that'll just be a roof area at this point.
Just flat concrete roof, no access?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Cecilia, could you clarify a question that the vice mayor and I are having a side colloquy on, which is the interior courtyards, they count as open space, correct? Because they go all the way to the ground? Not as public open space, but they count as open space for lot coverage purposes. So I think the vice mayor was trying to get some clarity as to how they are achieving only 79% lot coverage. My calculation is the exterior open space, the public open space, which is at the edges, the dog run, which is also public open space, and then the private open space, which is the courtyards that go all the way to the ground. That basically is how they're getting only to a 79% lot coverage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I continue? Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
We stated the comments about the public's wanting of usage of job fairs and everything associated with that. So with other development agreements and opportunities, we've had placements through the city where, I'm just giving you a suggestion on how we can fulfill this. We have a job board. You have your subcontractors and contractors submit all their positions, including operations from your guys' perspective, into this public domain that we have. And it's not only for here, but it goes all the way across Miami-Dade County, but we specifically cater to South Miami residents, and that's a good way for you guys to actually get that out there.
Definitely. The name again's Job Board?
I don't remember what.
It's Miami Works. It's, you probably met Willie Poro, he used to work at the city Miami, now works for Miami-Dade County. I think he's running our, is that,
What's the name of it again?
I think it's Miami Works, or Miami-Dade Works now, is the name of the program.
It's Workforce Now.
Workforce Now, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, our contractor, they've already pointed that out as something that they would want to use. I don't think they've used it before, so any help to get that
Yeah,
set up would be.
we'll help out with,
yeah.
it's, I mean, it's important.
So I think if we could just, if you don't mind, a condition where we just are required to connect you with your contractor with these programs, and you can have some sort of at least an agreement.
That's
So that
acceptable.
you have a referral relationship in terms of job opportunities, that would be great.
Lastly, can we go over the tree allocation, because you rammed off the numbers real quick, and I just want to understand what the trees are that you're planning to potentially best case scenario try to keep, and looking at the tree scenarios specifically on the landscape plan
Commissioner, do you want to bring up Ms. Cabrera to identify the trees that she's trying to encourage them to preserve?
Yeah.
I think those are the ones that are subject to the proffered condition, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So,
Basically, they're, good evening, Sonami Gaya, Development Services Director. They're the street trees on the 57th Court side.
all of them?
Pretty much all of them.
Okay.
And there are two trees that are on site. There's one on the southeast corner, which is the oak, right? That's 43. And then there's a fig tree that's on the site, and that's the one that they've already committed to relocating.
that's 35,
It's
yes.
35, yeah.
How about the trees on the north side?
On the north side?
There's some on the north side that are also being kept, but our big concern was that the 57th Court side really was going to lose pretty much all the trees because of the street curb and gutter condition. So we've discussed about not having the curb and gutter and having more of a swale so that we could salvage all those trees. There's just some civil issues that need to be looked at, but we've gotten a commitment from them of trying to work around all the trees on the 57th Court end.
It just seems like you have pretty healthy trees with good canopy that'll help your students with shade cover on the north side of the project on 64th Street, Hardy Street. I mean, you have oaks, you have all that stuff, and it's on the median facing on the street. So Rami, if you can look at that and determine if it's possible. I just think it's already there, it's not in your way. You know, you put up a fence, it's not gonna be a big deal for you guys. And it's pretty mature trees, good shade, so just look at that. Because I was looking at all the X's on the landscape plan, and it's a lot of trees, and they're mostly on the medians all the way on the exterior of the properties, which seems like we could just reuse, like we don't have to get rid of those.
So on the north side, there's already a curb and gutter, so I don't think the north side was as problematic as the 57th Court side, but I'll take a look at that more
Yeah,
closely with our
just look
arborists.
at it. I'm sure you know what we're all looking for there. The last question I had was, what was the question? I mean, going back to what the elevation drawings were on the rear on 57th Court to what it is now, I think it's a dramatic difference. I mean, I think that you have this big facade on the front side, and I think they've done a decent job of masking that. And, you know, you have the backside, and what you want is a symbiotic kind of way of getting everything together where the flows and how it's all together with the balconies and all that. I think that it's a lot better. I mean, I'm not an architect, right? Like that's not my domain. I don't do designs on that. I think it looks good. I think on the backside, and I'll leave it up to our residents to tell me, you know, I care what Michelle says. She lives right there, right? So Michelle, you'll come up in a little bit and you tell me what you think about this project, because it matters to me. But I think it looks good. I think that the opportunities of removing traffic and having everything on the 57th side has its pros and its cons, right? I mean, having all the entrances on 57th Avenue, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna increase traffic on 57th dramatically. And what happens there is that people are gonna try to bypass 57th, they're gonna go down 57th Court, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, you have your pros and your cons. You know, this is a massive building for what we're used to, so it's something that we're gonna have to learn, get better. I've told you guys before that traffic situations, crosswalks, and the ability to have a,
Questions, remember, questions?
no, this is a comment.
No, so let's save them for later. Let's hear from the public first.
That's what I was asking.
No, that's what I was clarifying before. I was letting it go for a little while, but it's 10:30.
I don't
We're gonna have
usually
to-
talk that much.
No, I know, that's why I'm surprised.
Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so we're gonna close our round of questions here. I'll save my questions and comments for later. Let's open up the forum to members of the public. Any member of the public who'd like to address this commission on items 6, 7, or 8, you're welcome to come forward at this time.
And anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Ms. Reardon, you're recognized. Please come forward. Huh?
Good afternoon, good evening, and almost good night. It is late here. Thank you all so much for allowing me to come up here. This project is really dear to my heart right now. Right now, kind of saddens and it's heavy to me because of the fact that I've lived here over 60 years at this same residence, off and on, because I did move out and come back. But I don't feel as though this project fits our residents. It's more like a commercial instead of another part of a residential. I can't see myself coming out of my front door and looking out at this. And Commissioner Bonish, you may have said it, but I said the same thing, as if I have just come into Fort Knox, because we have nothing but this concrete. And Matt, I love you because you did take time to talk with me, and I appreciate that. But this is too large of a project as far as the concrete is concerned to be right at the edge of the last street in this community. I get up and I can't see anything. There's no sun. It's blocked everything that I'm accustomed to, the apartments across the street. I welcomed the apartments were there, and I knew that I can look through the apartments, receive some wind, some sun, something. I didn't have to deal with anybody on a balcony outside. Everything was on the inside where the parking. Now I would have to possibly deal with people outside on the balcony. I know everybody do their own thing. I don't want to have to wake up and see people out sunning and seeing all kind of stuff that I don't want to see. I don't think that fits this community. And the people that I've spoken with last week I was on a trip, so the people that were there, I invited them to come. We're not happy with this project. We don't feel that this project fits our community. I also want to say we have, like she said, to the right on 66, we still have Redwood Commons. To the left, down is called Cloister's apartment. They just added some more on 57 Terrace. We have we have more than enough student housing, then we need another one here. Why hasn't anybody gone over to the University of Miami across 57th to see if there was something that they were there? Because they wouldn't have it. They're not going to allow something in their neighborhood. And it's no disrespect to any of you all. I don't think you all would have that in front of your door and you open up with your children. We have kids on that resident that they have their bikes, and sometimes they go across the street and they enjoy riding and walking around the block there. I just feel that this is too large of a project here for us to have. Also, the people that are there, our community was close-knit community. We have residents that's been over there for years, and now to have to uproot them and allow them to go somewhere else, I don't think it's fair. We still need housing here in South Miami. Why couldn't it just be redone and where people that live here can stay here and have it? So that's my thing. I'm not happy with it. The people of South Miami, the area is not happy with it, and we hope that it does not pass. Thank you.
Michelle, before you go, I have a question for you, because obviously you've been involved for years, so, and as my appointee to the planning board for a while. So I know that you went through this process with us when we were kind of ushering through these zoning changes, right? That we started before all of us got here. I think probably Commissioner Court was the only one that was at the inception, since he kind of fathered it. But I guess, and I've said to the developer, I look at student housing as the naturally occurring form of housing, given where we are around the university. And it's just the nature of where we are in the market. It's not, if I could tell someone don't build student housing, We actually, the manager and I have. We had a site, our inspection site. We had a student housing developer out of Los Angeles approach us about joint venturing on a acquisition of a neighboring site and our property to build student housing. We're like, we're not interested. Again, I'm not offended by student housing, but I don't need to do anything to encourage it, to your point. I think it's what you're trying to say. What were you envisioning would be built when you were on the planning board and we were all considering these zoning changes? Like, what were your expectations? I mean, because I will be honest.
Are you just, excuse me,
Specific to this
talking about where I am now?
Where you are right now, yes.
I
that's
was
my
envisioning that we would have better housing, that we could have had townhouses there where it was not just one long area, that the people, it could have been what can I say? It could have been redone. We could have had more, update and modern things that were put there. I don't not say I don't like the housing. Even where Railroad Commons, I'm fine because it's not in front of someone's residence. Even over the one down the street, it's not in front of someone's residence. That's my whole thing. And it's blocking up everything. We can't see anything. But I was envisioning that we would, because I know progress has to continue. But I was hoping that it will be the same housing, areas, but a better looking model and a style of housing and not a campus or I would say a student apartment. So I'm welcoming having that there, but just this particular project, I'm not happy with.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to address this commission in public remarks? Good evening.
Good evening, Your Royal Highness. Frank Welsh.
Frank's a friend, so it's okay.
You guys can pick which one I'm talking about.
I know.
Frank Welsh, 6511 Southwest 57 Place. Grew up in the neighborhood. Lived my whole life with the South Miami Senior High. Family owned a business for 50 years on the corner of Bird and Red. No relations to Bob Welsh. I bought a house, been living there for a while. This project it doesn't fit. If you look at the picture that they put up there, there's a blob and then there's houses. And I think you might have been on the Zoom 2 meetings ago. There was a woman on one of the meetings and she goes, it looks like a prison. But that's what on the board building commission meeting, whatever, she said it. And my position last week was, if you got a pig and you put lipstick on a pig, it's still what? It's still a pig. So when you come out of the house and, I feel for them because they live on the street that's going to be facing it. I'm a block away. There's just something in my gut for some reason that I just don't think all their numbers are adding up and it doesn't make sense because, they said I had a meeting in December. I've lived there for 5 years. No one contacted me about a meeting in the neighborhood. It went from 15 to 25. Nobody knew about the meeting. Who would you invite? Where was the meeting? This and that. They talk about in the last couple meetings, talking about relieving students living in the neighborhood. That's going to bring more people to the neighborhood. It's going to bring more kids to the neighborhood. Talk about at the last meeting, they talked about, well, I live next to college kids. I don't have a problem with college kids. I was only there like 2 or 3 years ago, so I have no problem with it. But what I have a problem with is the fact that you have people that are buying houses that are 2-bedroom, single-family homes that are converting them into 7-bedroom houses now. You go online, they're advertised as dorm houses, raking in $2,000 a month for each person. They're using your trash, they're using this. You got people that are avoiding the light at 57th and 64th, speeding down the side roads. It already happens. It's not gonna happen, it's not new, it's gonna happen. They're already doing it. They're speeding down to get to the youth center. They're speeding to avoid the light. Turn north off of Ponce in the afternoon, and it's already backed up all the way down. You can't turn on the 66th. You can't turn on the 64th because it's backed all the way up from 62nd and 67th and 72nd. So when we talk about at the last meeting, one guy said, well, it's not going to really affect traffic. Not going to affect traffic. Are you crazy? It's going to affect a lot of traffic. They already park on the side streets. So if they're going to live in the building, where are their friends going to park when they come? You built Vox. You've already built across the street from Sunset Tavern. They just built new dorms over there. I mean, where are they going to park? They're parking in front of our streets, houses already. They block the view on the corners. So when you try to turn, you're lucky there hasn't been a major accident there. They're flying down 64th. And 66, when there is no traffic, because there's no lights, there's no stop signs, there's no speed bumps. They're speeding down my street on 57. I'm 1 block away. So when we sit there and start talking about it's not gonna affect, there's a trickle-down effect. And I said this at the last meeting, is when we keep approving all these little things, they add up into one big problem. It takes you 45 minutes to go from just Riviera to where the Big Cheese is. 45 minutes in the regular afternoon. There's a lot of things that are wrong with it, and I know you guys, we're 3 minutes, and everyone already had an hour and a half and 2 hours, and my only other question is, when this is built, are we gonna start enforcing the codes, single-family codes in the neighborhoods that we're avoiding now? Are we gonna sit there and say, all right, when are we gonna sit there and start enforcing the traffic so where they're not flying down our streets? Because there's no, listen, that's, the South Miami, that's forgotten about, that area. The rest of everyone else, everyone loves it because that's the nice areas, this and that. But when you start, you still got across from South Miami Market, you still got Sunset Place, you still got the 67. There's a lot of building that's gonna happen here in the next couple of years. And you can't drive anywhere around here. And to say kids, college kids don't drive, yeah, they do. Come on, we know better than that. That's a fantasy. So my other question is, you said it's a 3rd floor, so is it really a 4th floor if they're putting the amenities on the 4th? It's a question that I have.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else like to address this commission in public remarks? No one else?
Anyone on Zoom,
Anyone on
please
Zoom?
raise
Anyone online?
your hand.
Okay, no one else? So we will close public remarks. Mr. Garcia, are you recognized in rebuttal?
Mr. Mayor, just a few minutes to try to respond to some of the concerns. Both Ms. Reedon and Mr. Welsh talked about the building just not fitting in or being appropriate for the neighborhood. A tremendous effort was made in the preparation of these zoning regulations to find a way to make sure that scale and context were still going to be respected. And probably the biggest measure that was done to try to protect single-family neighborhoods, in this case the one to the west, was that height reduction. And indeed, that height reduction is significant. When you think that it's going down, it's half the height of what the maximum height is permitted. So we go down from 6 stories to 3 stories. In the case of this project in particular, too, we could have built a parking garage that was going up throughout the edges of the ground floors, the first 3 floors of the building, and potentially encroaching upon the residential area would have made things easier for us, but we didn't do that. And that parking garage is completely and exclusively pushed away from the single-family neighborhood and accessible only from 57th Avenue. With regards to existing residents, we're making a significant effort to assist with the relocation of those existing residents. And when the topic of student housing, the sort of complaint that we heard right now about too many students living in the single-family home area, that is part of what the student housing regulations is meant to address. The student housing regulations were adopted to try to direct the demand for that student housing into buildings which are designed, built, and most importantly, professionally managed for students, so that there is an adult in the room managing the place. And we try to get those students that are living now haphazardly in single-family homes and townhouses and so forth to live in a place that's appropriate to them and close to campus, so as to try to minimize the amount of car trips that are out there. With that said, I'll conclude the rebuttal, and the team's ready and available here for any questions which you might have.
Thank you for that. Okay, so thoughts, how do we want to proceed? You want to go left to right or right to left? Let's go right to left. We've been picking on Commissioner Bonich for a while. So Mr. Kaya, you want to kick us off?
I have a question. Does this property fall into RTZ by any chance?
To where?
RTZ?
Does
anybody?
I don't
Mark?
know. It could. I mean, that's to be designated RTZ requires a map amendment by the county.
By the county?
So they could, whoever the owner is could make a request of the county commissioner to sponsor a map amendment for inclusion in whatever Silveri map. I see a hand waving in the back. No, come on up. I'll recognize you. She's pretty intimidating. I've been on the wrong side of Michelle.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we're gonna open up public hearing very quickly.
So yeah, I'm nervous, but
Ma'am, just before you start, I just need your name and address for the record. I
Okay.
apologize. Thank you.
yes, I was more concerned about the project over near 62nd Avenue. My name's Janine Applewhite, and I live in the community. But I grew up on Michelle Street because she's my cousin, and that's where I went home from school every day in that house. So I actually don't really know where to start because there's so many things wrong with this project. It's dormitories in a residential area. And excuse me, sir, but you were saying what you could have built.
So just address
maybe it could have been proposed, but I don't think you guys have fully accepted everything, right? So I didn't like the way that sound, that we could have built a 6-story. Maybe that was the plan until it was fully approved, but there's a lot of things wrong with this. Traffic. I hate to stand here and repeat. I just tried to get up here to fight one last fight for this, to say to each one of you guys, no, imagine getting up every morning and looking at this dormitory. Walk out of your front door and this is what you see. Michelle forgot that when her granddaughter comes from Jacksonville, her and her son, they loop. She gets her energy out by going around the neighborhood on her scooter. It's just the wrong project for the area. What's going on with Sunset Place? That it's commercialized over there. And UM has even made it safe down near the old TGI Fridays for the students who live across the highway by building that overpass. So I just think if this goes up, y'all are gonna deal with more problems from the community as far as really supporting them or making sure that other things don't change because big business keeps coming. So that's what I want to say.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay.
Please, wrong project.
So with that, public comments are closed again. And so, Commissioner Kaya, you were in the middle of a couple points?
So, no, I just wanted to, for myself, to understand the RTZ, if the project would fall into it.
It's a request. I mean, Madam City Attorney, am I incorrect? They would have to make an affirmative request to have it included within the map. I don't think it's included within the map today, correct?
I think you're right, Mayor, yes.
I think this project, it is big, it's different. I'm not a big fan of having student housing in our city that often. We've approved 2 of them. If this one goes through, this would be the second one. The location for student housing couldn't be better, right? It literally is right across the street from the University of Miami. So from a positioning perspective, this probably is the best opportunity for that. We already have Red Road Commons on the corner, and those balconies do face the community as we speak today. Michelle, I know I love you, but it does already, right? So we're already seeing that in the community, right? And the idea that we've always wanted to do from a zoning perspective was that we have a transition down, right? So the 6 stories on 57th Avenue, the idea was that it was always going to be seen on 57th Avenue, and then you transition down to a 3-story, which is what Red Road Commons did, and then you transition to residential. I mean, that's the way zoning's been done in Miami-Dade County everywhere, Coral Gables, City of Miami, et cetera, et cetera. So I think a lot of the issues with parking could be corrected. This will bring, and not that I care about it too much, but just to reference a fact, we will get more tax revenue from this particular project where we can add more reinforcement to the community, have more policing, have more traffic control systems in place that will help and facilitate that, right? So I think that would definitely be the idea for this particular project. But, there's a lot of little things that we still probably need to allocate and fix here. But I think I'm going to be in agreement with this project.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
So, I haven't really spoken or much about this. I've been kind of quiet. I've just been listening to everybody, and I had the meeting this morning with, with Mario and the team. And my first reaction this morning was just that this project is intense. And, I understand that the zoning for this is here, is for the student housing. But the difference is that we voted on student housing before, but it hasn't had any residential around it. And I find myself, kind of what we said on 62nd Avenue as you move more north, not the current property that we heard today or the one next door, because those are different scenarios, but as you move down, when you are directly abutting a residential neighborhood, the fact of the matter is that for me, in my personal view, is I wouldn't want that in front of my house. Personally, I wouldn't. I would absolutely hate it, and I can't imagine that all the residents who have been living there for years are gonna love it. I think 772 bedrooms, which is 772 students added to that one little area, is extensive amount. I think the project is good. As far as nice, if it were somewhere different that didn't have a residential aspect, you would have my full support on it. But being the fact that it is completely overshadowing the residences, I don't know if I can support this project.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, and I had asked the question earlier. I felt like it was a little bit of a mixed response, but a challenge I'm having with this as well is kind of on the intensity side, the lot coverage of the 79%, and having that include the courtyards, which are private and interior. I do feel like that's not with the spirit of what we're trying to do on the lot coverage side. Obviously, I think everybody's experiencing, just looking at this project and seeing the massing is just very heavy. Obviously, it's an entire city block. And to have some of that lot coverage being interior, private, and accessible to the public looking in, it's going to look like we're approving a project that has 90% lot coverage, because they're not going to be able to see the interior or anything like that. So I think visually it's going to be one of these things that we may potentially regret after seeing it built. And I do also agree with Commissioner Rodriguez that it is abutting with a lot of intensity single-family neighborhoods in an imposing way, because it being a city block means that the single family is also a city block directly facing this project. So it's vexing me. It's very challenging. I still don't exactly know, because I know that it's following a lot of the rules that we have set. I don't know if it's meeting the spirit of all of them. So now I am still a little vexed, and I'm looking forward to some more conversation as well.
Madam Commissioner.
I think the part nobody is saying is, and Vice Mayor Corey starts to touch on it. They're following the rules. They're doing what the code is asking them to do. If we are looking at it and saying it is not in the spirit of what we imagined, I think that's a valid point. I also think that we can't have this conversation without saying Live Local exists. Like somebody else had mentioned, they could go to the county and get an RTZ. There's so many avenues. Let's think back a second. All of this change starts because we are trying to effectively not insulate, because that is not the correct word, but we are trying to mitigate damage that was done at another level that we cannot control.
So make development more symbiotic with neighborhoods?
You know, if I'm a regular walking, talking person, I'm ignoring you. If I'm a regular walking, talking person who isn't aware of Live Local, who isn't aware of the changes that a developer can do way above our heads, and you don't take into account, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options that they may have that sit outside of the realm of our possibilities, we have to ask ourselves, knowing this, because we do, the group sitting here does know what the other possibilities are. Knowing this, do we want to just pretend this doesn't exist and have it come back and smack us in the face? Because while right now we're saying we want a 3-story here and a 6-story there, and we want this and that and the other, when they turn around then and say, well, we're not going to listen to anything you say, and go above our heads, where it's quite possible that they would win, we've lost complete control over having any input. So while I understand and in context agree with the idea that having this face a residential neighborhood is not ideal, it is not. But that doesn't take away from the fact of what the reality is. And the reality is, it will happen, fortunately or unfortunately, one way or another. It's just how much do you want to be involved? And lastly, there's 200 and something parking spots. I will tell you from my experience just in this past week, my daughter has moved into a building. It's not student housing, they're regular apartments, and there is no guest parking. And the area that she lives in does not have adequate street parking, and it is a nightmare. So maybe consider guest parking, because the gentleman that called you, Your Highness, made mention they're all going to be parking in their neighborhoods, and they are, because that's what I did. That's what my daughter's friend did. You go into somebody's neighborhood and you park your car because you don't have a choice. Either that or, park 3 blocks away. Well, 3 blocks away is still somebody's neighborhood in this city. So maybe reassess, that's a comment to y'all, maybe reassess what your parking looks like.
Okay, so let me close out with a couple thoughts, and then if we have questions or want to have more interaction with the applicant or the public, I'm happy to open the forum. I think we need a motion to extend the time of the meeting.
Yes.
Let's get a motion to extend to 11:30.
I'll move it.
Is there a second? Any opposition? Okay, so show that the meeting extended to 11:30. So I'm going to say this, and to my dear friend Michelle, I want to remind you that when I first sat down with Mario and the developer, my first comment to them was go talk to Michelle. Because everybody knows she lives right across the street, and I have valued her input as a board member who I reappointed to the planning board and asked her to serve in that capacity. And I asked the question about the planning board, not to be flippant, but seriously, I think one of the things that why we are having success as a city, in contrast to the past, is that we have, to your point, Commissioner Bonich, we've tried to assess the operating environment and come up with a scheme that rationally directs development where we think it's most appropriate, where it's going to add value, and it's not going to impact our single-family neighborhoods, right? We talked through this entire process about making sure we kept the fights away from the edges. Now, this is a site that has a very interesting history. I've followed it for a long time. At one point, members of this council said it can't be anything other than affordable housing. We're going to zone it affordable housing. I mean, that was the level of dystopia that existed on this board about what should happen on someone's private property. The second conversation I had about the site as it was kind of making its way through was about, I got a call from one of the tenants saying, hey, I have a voucher. I have an opportunity to relocate. I can't afford to relocate. Right? Because my deposit, I've been living here for 20 years. She was a voter. I knew her. She's like, I understand it's their property. They can do what they want, but I need some help. And so my first call was to Mario to say, Mario, what's going on? Can you guys do something? Which is why I made the connection with Miami Homes for All, so that we would have a nonprofit who understands the process, is in this business, helping them resolve a problem that is not entirely their issue to resolve, right? But nonetheless, I think appropriate, given that we're having a transition. Our job is to kind of mitigate as much as possible. So again, first call, in terms of compatibility, go talk to the neighbors. In terms of impact, let's get a nonprofit involved to help the transition. I will say that, to the developer, they did everything I thought they should do. I will tell you that I was not happy, and they know this, with the initial design. I thought it was well below the standard that we want. I do have a lot of concerns about compatibility, but I asked Michelle the question about when we were going through this process. I would never envision that we would have had townhomes on that site, because I just know that economically it's not feasible. And I will tell you that while I certainly don't love the intensity, right? Not to badger that word or beat that word down, of what's happening on 57th. I think that the best part of this project is the edge facing the neighborhood. I will disagree with Michelle, my friend, that 57th Court is a much better condition today, or will be a much better condition in the future, than would exist there today. I think that's doubly true if we have a condition here that preserves the existing canopy on that street, so that we're not trying to recreate something we already have, and we provide something, again, that harmonizes that edge with the condition across the street in the single-family neighborhood. So I'm a proponent of supporting the Development Services Director's suggestion that we keep that edge not consistent with it's not that they were doing anything wrong, they were trying to follow our rules and the TSNA standards, but the reality is that's a modification that makes, to me, practical sense, because the more harmony we create across that street, I think the better the outcome is for everybody. Commissioner Corey, I think you've highlighted an interesting point. The way this building, in my mind, works, it's 3 buildings, right? The reality of why those courtyards are internalized is that you want to have light and air, to benefit those interior units, right? If you externalize that, it makes the floor plates more inefficient, and I think it, probably reduces the total number of units. They've internalized the benefit and externalized the impact. That's the only problem I really have with this project, other than, can we get the facade of 57th Avenue in a better posture? I would say probably yes. My frustration with our process, colleagues, is that I don't think it's not been a good faith effort on the part of the developer to meet the mark. I think we just haven't really set a target that they can hit. We haven't clearly articulated what it is that they should be solving for, and that's frankly, I think, on us. And to your point, if we're going to continue to have success, right, and we're going to continue to create an environment that is predictable, so that people that want to invest don't end run us, but come to us, and we can do the best to harmonize these imbalances, right? Then I think, notwithstanding all the concerns, which I think are legitimate, we probably need to support the project for that reason, right? Frank, I hear you on the enforcement issue. To you and Michelle, my only frustration with your comments today is that if you're feeling this way, you probably just are feeling this way tonight. You probably felt this way for a while. I would prefer that you call me. I don't hide from you. You can call me anytime, and we could have talked about this, because I could have gone back to these folks who spent a lot of time, energy, and money to kind of right-size the plan to be responsive to your conditions, which is why I sent them to you in the first place. So in the future, I'm probably going to vote up on yes. I'm probably going to make you upset with me. I apologize. But I hope you know that you can reach out to me, and in the future, the reason I sent them to you was I wanted us to have some communication. Bad on me that I didn't reach out to you again to say we're fine, but mutually, if you're not liking what you're seeing, and I'm sending them to you to have that conversation, don't hesitate to call, right? That's why we're here. And Frank, on the issues of, I'm sorry to be informal, sir, but since you call me Your Royal Highness and we've had a few beers together, I feel I can be, right? On the enforcement issue, to our staff, we're on their case all the time about needing to step up our code enforcement game. It's been far from perfect. If you watch our meetings, it's one of the issues we talk about that we're all not happy with. And if we have people that are converting single-family homes into student housing, we shouldn't be tolerating it. So just, if you know what's happening, yeah, I don't scour the internet for this stuff every day, because we all have day jobs, right? But we'll ask staff to do it. But if you're aware of it, just let us know. I mean, again, text. We have an app. We're accessible for those kind of enforcement referrals, right? So, I mean, we could use your help with that, candidly. You know, I think we have I would like to suggest the following, which is I think we should approve the variance and site plan portion. I think there's a lot of elements of the DA, and I don't know that I want to sort them all out tonight, that probably need to be revisited. I would probably ask that we table that, because I think there's a lot of things we need belt and suspenders wise to work on in terms of language, whether it's, you know, tree relocation conditions, whether it's just some details here that I just don't see completely buttoned up. I don't know if the applicant, I'll let them, I mean, I want to signal to the community where we are, right? I want to signal to you what direction we're going in. I think in my mind, that's the only where I'm going to get to a yes on any portion of the application tonight, personally. And I think we can deal with cleaning up a lot of the stuff that, you know, I think can become problematic there. Because I mean, looking at the language, I just don't know whether the tenancy language here conforms to revisions in our code. There's just questions I have that we haven't had a chance to kind of run through. That's partially my fault. It's partially, I think, a fault of the fact that we're kind of trying to iterate a little bit too quickly in real time. And I don't understand how we would condition this facade issue, right? The facade on 5-7, to me, is it's the portion of the project that, aside from, to your point, the internalization of the courtyards, which I understand programmatically why they're doing it, I just don't know how I yet don't understand, even after like a couple hours of conversation with Mark and Sarami, how we're going to condition that so that we get it back in a posture where we're giving you a target to strive for. And it's not just a referral to the DRB. I think it's got to be a referral to the DRB with some conditions in the development agreement that speak to the kind of outcome that we want, and that's acceptable. That's how I'm thinking about this. Yes, ma'am.
Why would you say the DRB versus working directly with Surami?
Because they're going to go back to the DRB anyways.
Okay.
And so, I mean, again, I'm, you know, to everyone's question, this is not like, we're the board of last review, and ultimately, we make the decisions. But I think we do have some process questions that we need to be asking ourselves, because a lot of these issues, you know, we started with DRB goes last, and then we said, well, let's make them go first. And they're still going first and last, and we're still seeing a lot of the same issues. So I think, I don't know that the process necessarily has been right-sized. I think that we talked here before, that some of that is we need maybe a DRB that's not just a citizen board, but has non-citizen members that are professionals that have some expertise in this area, that are willing to serve to kind of highlight some of these conflicts. You know, the conflict about the tree that we talked about a minute ago, right? Even some of the conflicts here with trees that we want to preserve. Honestly, I heard about them for the first time today. And so, and I think these are things that we just need to think about, either augment our time and talent with people who have more talent and can highlight these things for us as it's starting its way through the process. So we get here, we've got a concrete number of things that we're looking at, and that the developer and their counsel have had discussed with them a couple times before. So we get here, we have the best product. We're not trying to kind of redesign the project in mass, right, at the final step. I'm sorry, you had another question?
Do you think if we were to augment that, that would be on the DRB or with Surami and her team?
I think it's both. I mean, I've shared with Ms. Cabrera today. I mean, I think my only frustration really on our side is twofold. Clearly, not enough communication with the neighbors, right, about whatever growing upset there was about the evolution of the project, and that's a two-way issue. And that, I mean, when I have had a conversation with them about an issue, I have found it to be responsive. One of the issues I just don't even want to get into tonight is, you know, I asked the question about the ground floor plane, because the first time I sat down with them, my concern was, if you're going to walk on 57th, and the only part of the building that protrudes is that garage encroachment, which I'm fine with, it makes sense. I think the strategy around locating the garage on 57th at the center of the project, so it does not express itself to the neighborhood, was the right organizational move. Now that creates a series of constraints. We've talked about that. I understand the impacts. I've got no problem with it. In my mind, I've reconciled the internalizing of the courtyard benefit for not externalizing the negative impact of the garage on the adjacent neighborhood. That, to me, is how one of the trade-offs that's embedded in the design, right? But one of my other concerns is, as I'm walking down 57th Avenue, what's that experience going to be like when I'm walking through that ground floor opening, right? And today, if I'm dissatisfied with anything in the presentation, as I heard, we don't even know what the range of materials would be like, right? But I think is going to be a very important open segment where you're going to have an at-grade section of a parking garage, loading, how it's going to be screened, how it's going to landscape. I don't know. I haven't seen a rendering of it. We don't know exactly how it's going to be masked, other than landscaping, how porous it's going to look. I don't have a sense of what the experience is going to be like as a pedestrian walking under the portion of the garage that extends over the sidewalk plane. I mean, those are things that, they're not new issues, but they're issues that I would like to, if I wanted to enthusiastically vote for this project, right? As opposed to, right now, my vote is lukewarm because, I'm more concerned about being predictable. And, again, we've made a decision strategically as a board, with the help of our advisory boards, that there are a handful of places that we're going to grow. This is, I think, one of those sites that we said yes to. In my mind, I envision development at this scale, right? Maybe not with the kind of linear configuration of a single building that's 400 plus feet long, but I figured we'd have something like this developed on this site at some point, right? Because it fits with the plan. So everyone's point here. But I think that, there are a lot of design details here that I would like to see further fleshed out, and they haven't been in the 3.5 months that I've been kind of actively in conversation around the project. So that, to me, that condition along 57th Avenue, to me, still always has been a question mark, still is a question mark. They've improved certainly the quality of the architecture over time. I think they've gotten the rear side right. There are units to now open up to the sidewalk, have stoops and landings, if I'm correct, at the grade. So they kind of read almost like the units at the rear of Avalon, which I think are pretty well executed in terms of at least trying to create some dynamism on the sidewalk, right? And I think that helps reinforce, again, a scale that is accretive to the neighborhood, right? As opposed to just a building that's completely walled off from the neighborhood on the west side. It actually interacts at the ground floor plane. I think the park is a great amenity. Those issues have been addressed. The interactivity between the dog run and the building, which before was kind of isolated, become much more interactive. They've addressed all of these concerns, but there still are issues, I think, that are not yet fully squared off. Now, that said, I think about the impacts on the neighborhood. I also think about the fact that these are people that have been spending time, energy, and money, and there's a window in which they've got to make an investment, or that investment gets deferred 12 months or it never happens. And I do worry about what you mentioned, right? I've seen plenty of examples in my life where neighbors have turned away a very complimentary project. One in South Miami is 20 townhomes on 67th Avenue. They thought would create a lot of traffic. And then again, no offense to VU Church, which is going to be a great addition to the community. They got a VU Church that is going to be a massive congregation with substantially a larger traffic impact. So they didn't want to allow for a portion of the site to be redeveloped. So I'm always mindful, but be careful what you ask for, because the next thing may not be quite as good, right? And so this is a project, while not perfect, right? I think there has some elements that are, I would say, again, politely defective, right? In terms of its direct impact on the neighborhood, right? Where there's no cars that are being organized that are going to come, that have any reason logistically in terms of servicing this building to touch, by design, any of the surrounding streets other than 5-7, right? And again, I don't know, one of the questions I do have is, given that we need a left turn access here that may or may not be approved, if the applicant isn't able to achieve that, does the development agreement allow them to even procure a building permit in the absence of that approval being granted? That's an issue. I mean, to me, if that approval is not granted, then the whole organizing thesis of the building is really undermined, right? And so I don't know if the development agreement speaks to what posture puts us in or them, if in fact that's not realized, right? Can they get a building permit if that's not approved, right? And again, I'm not trying to, I'm trying to externalize the risk to them and minimize it for the neighborhood, because if at the end of the day, they're entitled to a permit to build the building and they're not, and just use best efforts to get that traffic modification, then all the value and all the benefit I think that we are realizing, to me, is lost. So those are the issues and concerns I have for conversation. I'm happy to shut up now. I've said way too much, and let you guys kind of weigh in.
Well, we already, I mean, I thought we spoke already.
No, I mean, if you want to say anything else.
I think your left turn idea is actually very clever, because if not, you end up with like an endless loop of people hooking a U-turn on 64 to try to get to that
the building,
57th.
correct.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the question applies, does that prohibit a permit or not? You know, like, that's something we need to find out.
Okay. And you all know where I stand.
Yes, you recognize.
I think you all always have pretty thoughtful conversations on this. I think there still is a pretty high, or a potential chance of us having, you know, visual problems with this project being as massive as it is. We have the potential problems of it, not saying it's intended, but becoming a nuisance property to the neighborhood around it because of the number of students and the parking issues and things like that. That being said, you know, we put together this planning and zoning so that we could give direction to the market of what we wanted, and they followed it all the way here. So it's hard for me to oppose this project on the direction that we've given. So that's where I'm standing now. It's a challenge because just like you, Mayor, there's things I don't like about it, but that's not necessarily my job up here, so.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I just want to say, I'm not anti-development, and I think everybody knows. I'm not anti-student housing here. I just currently think that the way it's designed, there's no open room, there's no, for those residents who walk out of their neighborhood, out of their homes, yeah, it's 3 stories, but it's not like you go blind to the 6 stories that are right in front of the 3 stories. This project is, I don't even have a problem with how it looks on 57th. I think that the parking garage and the design and everything that you have looks great. I just think that the situation of this, the location of where this building is going is my problem. Not the design. I think the back, I think the whole building as a whole is a nice design. It's just the one location where it's at. Again, I'm not against student housing, but in its current design, I just think it's a lot. I think it's very imposing to a residential neighborhood, which I think we all said we will always, you know, protect the residential residents, on projects like this. So that's my issue with this project. It's just massive, and it's in a residential neighborhood. That's it. It has nothing to do with design, with height, with anything. It's just where it's situated and the current design. Now, you bring student housing here where it's, you know, more open, I don't know, whatever, more open, just a different design. Maybe instead of those courtyards in the middle, open them up to the back or to the side. Instead of bringing it from there, bring them to the exterior. Now you're giving more room, more open space for people to, you know, see the sky. It's just the current design and where it's located for me is my problem, my issue with this. And as I said, I'm just repeating myself.
I don't know. I don't think you are. I think the problem is we're not talking specifically about what we would want to see changed for this to be a yes, right? And so again, from my criticism of staff has been that, which is, okay, how do we had this conversation today, Mark and I. Said you're recommending approval, but you're fundamentally uncomfortable with the project at some level. Right? He's not satisfied, and I'm like, why are we in this position? And the question is, what is the mark we're trying to get these folks to hit? I think there is a conversation to be had. These courtyards, I think it's better. We purposely externalized the dog run or that park so that we would create an opening, right, and set the building back from the neighbors, right? Could you do more of that with that what are now internalized private open spaces? So have less private open space and more public open space to provide the transition. That is if that's direction we could give them and say, that's something you can explore. Now, it's going to require these folks, after, I don't know how long, to basically reimagine their entire floor plan.
Yeah, no.
So, I mean, yes. Yeah. So I don't know if you have anything else. Is that a specific thing you would want to see for you to be asked? Or there's just no way you think that this project is compatible with the neighborhood?
I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of if I live in Michelle's house, basically, is the way I'm looking at this. So if I walk out and I just have one huge block in front of my house, I wouldn't want that. I would want, am I open to a closer to a yes if it were open and maybe it was 3 buildings, and you had some open room to that you could see through it, or.
So your problem is.
I'm not a designer. I'm just saying
it
that
feels like a mega block.
it feels like a mega block right in front of residences.
Okay, that is I'm trying to get to a concrete understanding where everybody is. Okay. Mr. Gaia.
Mayor, I just think that, if we're looking at this avenue, the zoning is just documented incorrectly. So if that's what you guys are saying, if that was the case, you would change the zone and say that either floor plates would be at 25% with green space mandatory 60%. And that way you would have the green space. What does that do, though? That dictates that the opportunity and the upzoning in that specific area would not be feasible for capital investment. So, it's pros and cons. We wanted the edges. We zoned it this way for a particular reason, right? So we wanted the investment. So it's just difficult, I get it. Mayor, you're talking about design features and all that iteration. We're not architecting here. And this is our opportunity to say something about a particular project, so that's our prerogative. But DRB, the opportunities for design purposes to fix some of these issues, but some of these issues can't be fixed with what we're talking about now, right? That has to go all the way back to zoning, and rezoning the particular product, and that, you can't do that, right? So.
No, we can't. We can.
We can, but that's not. So in my opinion, it's not fair, right?
Yeah.
So, that's the caveat that we have here, right? We zoned it this way. They're asking for a variance for the floor plate, and that is.
Well, that is not an inconsequential difference. Right.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
And that's something that we can hold on to. But, that's my thought process there.
Okay. Madam Commissioner.
If we are so worried about the block feel along the back, I think that would make it even more important for the visual that is back there to be varied. I know that when I said the front should look like the back, the back should look like the front, that's where I was going with this. And if we want to see something different, then maybe what we want to see is a forward and back movement on that facade to give it a little depth. But what are we going to give up?
You're talking about on 57th Avenue or on Court?
On 57 Court.
On 57th Court, I think if you look at the renderings,
It's moving.
There is that break.
There's a little bit of a play there, but
Right.
that's why I'm saying the only way that would look any different is if you did a more dramatic in and out. But even if you did, it looks like
But you still have the
busted.
6 stories. You still have the 6 stories, and that's the other problem that some people are having with it, right? You still have that 6.
I think there's 6 stories, and what I'm hearing is there's 6 stories with no visual break, right? And so if you had 6 stories with visual sight lines in between portions of the block, it's less offensive, right? And so, I think that's where the variance nexus is, right? And so,
I think, sorry, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just last comment, 'cause,
Yeah.
with the setbacks that we've done with Sunset Place, we've done the same thing, right? We didn't want too imposing on Sunset Drive. We did the step backs 25, 30 feet,
Mhm.
and then we continued to go up. It's the same process here. Like, it's not any different than what we've done. We just did that right now with the previous application on 62nd Avenue.
But there's no, this is respectfully, Commissioner, it's like 5 times the length. All in
We're
57th
talking about
Avenue.
the length, but you're talking about from a visual perspective.
No, but I think-
Hold on.
Yeah,
let me
go ahead.
finish.
Yeah.
On the residential side, that you're seeing that perspective, right? You see that setback, at 3 stories in that 50-foot setback, and then it goes back up. And that's what we just approved in another particular project. That's all I'm saying.
I agree, and like I just said, I think the part of this project to me that makes the most sense is the project facing the resi. Like, I mean, I think it works.
So, you're absolutely right. The difference is that the one that we just approved has only 4 unit lines. So it's not, it's different, it's the overall size, it's almost, what was it, like 3 times Med Square?
Probably double, is what I would say.
Yeah, double, whatever.
It's 547, it's 547 feet.
That's just the difference. There's no breakup in the building. Again, I'm not here to design for you guys. The design is good, it's the location. There's just no breakup in it for me. And the property we just did, I mean, you're talking about what, like 100, we could go through the plans, like 100, 200 feet. It's nothing, and it's all covered by trees, so.
Mayor, no,
Yes,
I wasn't disagreeing with that. What I was just saying is that visually, right? Yeah, I'm just saying visually, from that perspective, you still see the 3 stories and that goes up. Whether how wide it is, I don't disagree with, right? But that's not really the problem, right? It's not how wide it is, it's what you can see from that perspective, right? So when you leave Michelle's house, Michelle, we're using you as a scenario, but you know, if you leave Michelle's house, you're gonna see straight up. Your problem is see what you're seeing, not necessarily what goes all the way to the cross. I mean, that's a matter of perspective on where you're coming.
Yeah, but we're not talking about one house, we're talking about a whole block. We can't just focus on one house where they build a window for Michelle to see. We have to
Time.
consider all the
Yes,
other.
We're running out of time.
What do you want to do, Mayor?
Again, I'm open to suggestions. I don't know, Mario, do you have an idea of why we want to proceed?
And by the way, guys, we don't take it lightly that you have put money and invested and done a lot of hard work in it. So it doesn't go light. That doesn't go
Indeed.
unnoticed.
Mayor, is there, Madam Attorney, is there 2 readings for this?
Just one. Yeah, just one.
So that's why I see you were saying that.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, sir.
Indeed, the story of this project has been a lot of hard work, to try to comply with a lot of code provisions. It's a very prescriptive code, try to address all the comments of the various boards and so forth, and we continue to do that. We've already expressed our willingness today to, as part of the development agreement, go back and look at the facades on both the east and the west side, also on 57th Court. As part of that, maybe we can also take a look at what more in and out there could be on the 57th Court side. In reality, though, we're always going to have 3 stories and 6 stories in order for this to happen and to work. And so, Mr. Mayor, perhaps your suggestion of being able to move forward on 6 and 7 sends the right message that we're on the right track here. And on 8, we can maybe defer that to try to work out some of these points.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, frankly, we've all tried to work harmoniously, and unanimously to kind of get to a result. And so my only concern here is that we're going to end up voting 3-2, 4-1 on an item where I think we all know what the right result is, but we're going to end up divided. I mean, that's fine. Again, we only need a majority. We need 4 votes so I don't know. We have 4 votes.
4 votes for the special exception, large scale, and the variance.
Okay, so, Mr. Cicera, I'm just curious, is there a way to explore, it's gonna make your building more inefficient, and I apologize, because, I understand you have a very efficient floor plate here. I think part of the problem with the massing on 57, and it may never get resolved, is can we create in the upper stories 4 to 6 of the 6-story portion, some physical separation in what I think functions 3 individual towers. They're all connected. Maybe you have circulation, on floor 3 that spans the entirety of the site, but in the upper levels, they almost operate as separate, 3 separate towers, right? I think that might get to, resolving some of Michelle and others' concerns where, yes, it's 3 and 6 stories, but at least when you look down the street, I may be looking at 3 and 6 stories when I come out my door, but there is down the road a visual break that lets me see some portion of the skyline. So, and I think that would comply and maybe mitigate the need for the variance. Just thoughts from you all, if that's something that could be considered or achievable.
You know, it's something that we're willing to consider.
Okay.
Whether it makes the variance disappear or not, I don't think that will necessarily be the case.
Okay.
But you know, it could be something part of, aside from looking at facade, also looking at breaks in elevation.
Would it, if we decided just to table these 3 items to May 6th, is that something that we could try to work out between now and then make a decision up or down on all the items? So it certainly give me the greatest amount of comfort that we're going to get to a result that I think is acceptable to at least 4 of us, hopefully all 5 of us.
So we could defer to May 6th on all 3 items, but I would emphasize that, you know, we need to cover a lot of ground between now and May 6th because we have a very sensitive timeline here. We want this building out of the ground in time for the 2028 school year starting in August.
Which means you got to be in the ground, you know, March of next year.
Right.
So, no, when? Sorry. Feel free to correct us. Sorry.
It took
This,
this
It'll take
summer?
Yeah, it'll take a year to.
do you guys, I mean, where are you in terms of your building permit submittals? To be very candid, I'm surprised, but I thought it was an 18-month build or 20-month build. Sorry.
Yeah, we have our DERM approval that we have, and we've had our building permits have been completed. They're in a third-party review right now in preparation for submittal.
Okay, so you're basically working on CDs while you've been working on, okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
We've been working off of the feedback as we've been getting the feedback over the last 4
Okay.
months, and we've been able to accommodate all of the requests that have been made. Some of them a little more drastic. These ins and outs of along 57th, you know, that changed floor plates completely, and so we've been able to work with those as we've continued to develop the site and make it work within the permitting and within everything that we've been doing.
So again, I don't know whether, to me, I think the issue that as I'm seeing it is, right now, whether it's gonna, we may still need the variance, but it sounds like for you to get 5 votes from this board, which is certainly my goal, right? Or minimum of 4, let's move to extend for 30 minutes.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
We can't go past that.
Second.
Can we
Okay.
take a 2-minute break?
Okay, that's 1 minute. Okay, so move to extend to 12 o'clock, and we'll take a 2-minute recess. I guess I'm stuck in this chair, so. John, we're back.
They got stirred already.
Okay, I think we're ready to proceed. So, Christina, just to the development team, can you give us a sense, where are you in terms of construction design documents? What, are you at 30% CDs or?
No, we're closer to 85%.
Okay. 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 I was talking with council while we were during the break, and I think, one of the things I didn't appreciate is the interplay between the special exception conditions and the development agreement. So I don't think my idea of acting on two and moving and deferring the third is really viable for that reason. So I'm of the mindset, let's try to make a concerted effort in the next 2 weeks to try to see if we can modify the upper floors and create some breaks in the facade if we can. I understand have a lot of agita about it, given where you are in your construction development document process, but I think that's really the one thing that's gonna resolve some of the collective angst of the board, and I think it'll address, one of the concerns of the community. So, and I want to say this again, because I think this needs to be done at North Star as we consider these things. To you all, we want to be predictable with investors, but we also are trying to be very disciplined about where we invite development. This is a site, and that's why I asked Michelle, where we chose to invite investment, to Commissioner Kaya's point. Again, I don't think we ever imagined we'd have a building that was, again, not for any reason, just because of the length of the block being 500 and plus feet, right? I'm not saying that the design is as deficient as I've been told in some cases by people, but I think it's just the sheer length of the block, to Vice Mayor Corey's point, makes it seem very, very imposing. And so I think today we want to be a little bit more deliberate and exhaustive, take every possible care that we can to, Commissioner Rodriguez's point, which is, it is one of the few blocks where there is that rare juxtaposition between a single-family neighborhood and a site that is a transitional site. It's not quite as, I think, dramatic as the sites on 62nd, where there's only the alleyway that separates them, but still one where there is that adjacency. And so I think, colleagues, the best course would be to kind of defer all these items to May 6th, come back and revisit the conversation, see if there's been any ability to kind of modify the design to minimize I'm gonna use the word monolithic for lack of a more expansive vocabulary, feeling of the 57th Avenue facade in the upper stories, and revisit this conversation then. Yes, ma'am.
It's really a question to y'all. Let's pretend right now that they hollow out the back end. I'm not saying it's the real world. I'm just playing pretend here. They take this long thing, and where they have the courtyards, they hollow out the back piece. So they take off that back part. I don't feel that accomplishes what y'all are envisioning. Let's pretend then that we take it and we slice out the equivalent of, 2 units, here, here, and here, in 3 different spots. I don't think that accomplishes what you're imagining, because then you've got, like when you got that person that's missing a front tooth, and there's just, you got the teeth of a hockey player. So you've got these little views of.
So I can tell you, we would get 60 feet, right, between a typical building, right, because of fire code requirements. So I'm not sure we'll get 60 feet, whether we get 20 feet or 15 feet. I'm looking at their circulation plan. It doesn't work.
It doesn't, that's what I'm saying.
But again, I'm not sure there's anything lost in allowing them to think about.
But here's the point that I'm trying to make, and I think Sudi said it well. If you can't take this long thing and break it up, because it'll mess up everything that you worked on, how are we treating the back of that 6-story section to make it not seem so imposing. You don't necessarily need to change structure to take away the imposing nature of something. You just have to maybe treat the facade differently.
Okay, well, I think the best answer to that is we'll let them try and see what they can figure out, right? And
Okay.
so, again, I feel for them because I understand the significance of what one spends to get to 85% construction. But again, that was a business judgment that they made based on how this process was evolving. You know, again, I think that they're, you know, that's the decision they made, is the best we can say. I don't know that we need to own all of that. I would just prefer that this board be, you know, these folks are very competent builders, they're very sophisticated student housing operators. From what I've seen on their website and know of them, they've built good product elsewhere. So I think it'll be a value accretive investment for the neighborhood, and I would like to see it happen rather than not, on balance. But I do also want it to have the enthusiastic support of this board, right? And I don't think we're quite there yet, right? And so I think that's kind of the best way to summarize our position. I don't know that, you know, the two gentlemen to my left or right are automatic yeses, right, on a vote today, based on the comments I heard. So my thought is let's move to defer all three items, and let's talk about this on May 6th. Again, I don't think we need to, Madam City Attorney, hear any further public testimony, correct? Or, you know, do we don't reopen public forum? We can just basically see what the modifications are, use the feedback we've received, and try to make a quick determination on whether it meets the mark or not. Is that
And
correct?
take public comment on May 6th.
What?
It's
Take
May
the
5th.
public comment, I'm sorry, on May
5th.
5th.
May 5th. Do we need to take public comment on May 5th?
I would, Mayor.
You would, or are we required to legally?
I think if there's a change in the plans and the concept, yes.
Okay.
Allow the public to comment
Okay.
on the change in plans.
Fair enough. Okay. Do we want to move to defer to May 5th? Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir,
Really
go
quick, maybe we ask Mark, how do you feel about?
They're not going to like it. So, but I think it's better.
Well, I mean, but sometimes you have to make a business decision, so what would you prefer? Just a vote to happen now, or do you prefer for it to move to May 6th?
We'll proceed to,
I mean,
just say it right now. Oh, come on up. So the business decision is that we'll go on May 5th
Okay.
to try to build some better consensus here and address some of these points, knowing that we're not going to be able to address all of them potentially.
We appreciate that.
But in the spirit of continuing to try to work, and you were going to say something, Ryan?
Yeah, we would just hope, we're in town, we would hope if we just extend this trip, if we could get together.
I
and
think
meet
our
with
staff
as
is willing to get with you guys in the next couple of days and hammer it out.
Tomorrow we can be available.
That'd be great.
for a walkthrough.
Appreciate
We have
that.
Architectonica team and would love to collaborate. I think all together is really the key piece of tying all of everything.
You guys have an incredibly competent team. You got a great sponsor. You got a great design team. We've got a city that really wants to see this happen. I think, you know, in all fairness, we just need to get it right so that we can all be enthusiastic boosters of it. And hopefully,
appreciate it.
hopefully we can repeat the experience with some less hiccups. Yes.
If they were to come to us and say, I can do this, this, and this, and I'm playing devil's advocate, I'm sorry, I'm not speaking for you guys, but I need one more floor on the front end. What do you guys feel?
One more floor?
One more, if I'm opening this whole thing up, I'm pretending, I'm losing 75 units. Will you give me a 7th floor to do the units I'm missing?
No.
Okay. I'm just,
I mean, we
you know
have to,
what?
they don't.
We're asking
it's
them to
not-
think.
I understand, but we don't practically, they've got a window once they've got to make an investment to do that. We've got to change our comp plan, we've got to change the
thinking
zoning
of-
code.
I'm
just
thinking
telling
of
you,
the
it's not-
most
I just-
outlandish
I just
thing
don't-
that could
I want to
happen.
be, I mean, I want to act within the realm of, no disrespect intended, the practical.
Absolutely.
That's just not a practical solution. Even if we were willing to consider it, I wouldn't put it on the table because from a time perspective, we're basically telling them, even if they want to do that, they're making a decision, then they're going to wait another year to start their project.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, further comments? Again, not a bad thought, but I just don't think it's a practical
No,
one.
and it might be the most impractical, but I'm like, you're saying, go think, go do this.
No, I think we need to work within the bounds of what we've got. Okay, so is there a motion to defer?
I'll move the motion.
Okay,
Second.
okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Rodriguez, a second by Vice Mayor Corey, to defer items 6, 7, and 8 to May 5th.
Consent?
Seeing no objections, consider the item adopted.
No.
Is there a motion to defer item 9?
Yeah, I'll move the motion to defer number 9.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kaya and a second by Commissioner Bonich. Again, seeing no opposition, Madam Clerk, consider the deferral adopted.
To May 5th?
To May 5th as well.
Okay.
What other business do we have pending?
We
our
have-
reports?
We have
number
2 and 3.
Okay, is there a motion on, can you read item 2 for the record, please?
Item 2, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Bend, Florida, committing to achieving Vision Zero roadway fatalities by 2050, acknowledging preparation of action plan, directing the city manager to develop strategies to implement action plan goals.
Thank you. Colleagues, is there a motion on item 2?
Move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gaye and a second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
You can read item 3, please.
Item 3, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving a proposal and agreement with Tissue the Base Inc. for impact fee study service in amount not to exceed $70,840, utilizing the terms and condition of the City of Tamarack contract awarded pursuant to request for proposals number 25-03R, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with the consultant relating to the same.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Cabrera, I'm assuming this is to update our impact fee schedule? Okay,
Absolutely. Right now,
great.
we only have charge impact fees for parks. We need to look at mobility, police, the whole
We
thing.
only charge for parks?
So, yeah.
Oh, fantastic, wow. Let's get that done very quickly.
I move the motion.
Yes, is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second? You second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kaya, a second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item 3.
Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Hell yes. Okay, well, we gotta get cracking on that one.
Budget schedule.
Budget schedule. Anybody have any concerns regarding the schedule outlined by the, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if we could, if Alfredo can introduce a couple things that would influence your thought process and decision on the schedule.
Is it any different than last year?
By the way, Mr. Manager, you can start to hire out Mr. Riverall as an ADA consultant, just for the record.
Good evening. What you have before you is, on one side is the proposed or draft budget schedule. On the back side, you will see the calendar for 2026. And the reason for is in the red circles, you'll see those are what the first and third Tuesdays of the month, which reflect your commission meetings. And the green boxes are days that are being proposed related to the adoption of the budget process. If you see, for example, in June, and then you have a rule that you can, in those summer months, only have one meeting for those, so that you have vacation with family, so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do is provide this schedule to see if there is a modification between your schedules that you have for planned vacations and the regular commission meetings, and incorporating the important dates for the adoption of the budget process.
One recommendation in June would be to combine the June 2nd meeting and the June 16th meeting we have to do a CIP workshop with you, and we're proposing June 9th. So one consideration would be that you combine 16 and 2 into one meeting in the 9th, and we would have CIP workshop, and you would have a commission meeting that day. So that would be one recommendation.
I'll take that.
I think that's smart. What do you-
I'm good with that.
No objection. Anything on the schedule that's problematic?
I won't be here July 7th.
July 7th, we don't have anything scheduled.
Is where we're at
July
right now.
7th, it's circled.
The commission meeting.
That's
Oh.
regular commission.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just saying.
It's being provided for you to look at any other months that you may want
why
to
don't-
reduce to one meeting instead of having
Why
two
don't we
meetings.
do just July 21st?
I may be traveling that week, so I was just trying to call my wife, but she's
Which
not
one,
answering.
21st
She's
or
asleep.
7th?
The 21st.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
And that day is a budget workshop, and that evening is the adoption of the millage will be advertised on the trim, which is required to be submitted to the Miami-Dade County Property Appraiser's Office before the 3rd or 5th of August.
I think this last year, we skipped the first July one and went to the 26th and combined everything. Obviously, you have to see if you're traveling.
yeah, I think I'm traveling at the end of that month because I can't walk till then, so.
Do we want to
Yeah.
maybe then take it the other way, see if we can do the budget workshop and everything on the 7th?
I would just suggest at this point, given the hour, why don't we just take this schedule and let's discuss it May 5th and finalize it then?
Can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, do we have to make, do we have to provide any notice to third parties about our intended schedule?
Yeah,
so
that's
that-
what I was just double checking. Is there anything that would impact our ability to notify?
We have time. If we can do this and get this finalized by May 5th, we'll be good.
I think that's
Can
fine.
we- Mayor, may I? real
Yes, you
quick?
may, of course.
Can we just agree for June at least so they can start that?
I've got no
process?
problem with June 9th.
I have
Everybody's
no
June.
problem with June.
So let's do the June 9th and do the all collective meeting that day for sure, and then we'll come back to you guys on May.
And I'm
Here,
fi- I'm-
Is that
I'm-
okay for July?
For July.
I am, and I'm fine,
good with that.
I'm fine August 5th, September 8th, Tuesday, September 22nd, I'll be back because I'll be
Do we want to
delivering my
look
daughter
at,
to college by then.
guys, look at August?
Yeah,
And
September 19th.
so that we're ready to talk about that one when we're here in May.
Yeah.
And,
I just-
and in September, would you prefer moving the 1st and the 15th to the 8th and the 22nd, so they all
That's-
coincide?
That works for
Yes.
me.
Say it again?
On September, moving the 1st and the 15th to 8 and 22nd.
Let's summarize. We're going to agree on the June dates, the August dates, September dates. The only places that we're going to come back and revisit are July dates.
Correct.
Okay?
So in June, you're only planning to have one meeting?
One meeting is
On
fine.
the 9th.
Okay, perfect.
And in August?
August, we have nothing. That August date is the last day we have to advise the property appraiser, so we'll have,
So do you
Well,
want
we
to
fi-
do August 4th and not do
when we finalize the
August
July
15th?
dates, we'll have complied with that August 5th date. So the bold dates are meeting dates that we have to have, correct?
The most important dates right now is
Okay,
the
Alfredo,
June 9th.
she's asking about August. The August date is a third party.
I
out-
have nothing
out-
scheduled, right, I have
It's
nothing
an
scheduled. in
outside
there.
date for
Right.
us to complete something. So if we do our work in July, we complete it by August 5th. The bold dates are the dates where we have to meet, correct?
Those are the dates that are 1st and 3rd Tuesdays of the month.
Correct. So
If you want to meet one time in August or
Yeah.
in both those days.
we don't need to worry about August 5th, is my point.
I know, but yes, June, July, August, September, if I'm not mistaken, we can choose to have one commission meeting.
Not September.
Instead of, okay, so June, July, August, November,
November, December.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, let's look at August the 2nd and see if we can come to an agreement. Because remember, it's not just the 5 of us that are trying to go on vacation with their families, it's all these guys.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. Who cares about them?
Yeah, right? Who are these people? No, so do we want to say,
I saw the.
yeah, do we want to say get rid of the August 4th meeting? Because on the 18th, everybody's essentially starting to go back to school. Okay, so we're not doing August 4th, we're sticking with the 18th. June 9th, we're doing everything. And then September,
I think we
Alfredo?
just said we have no problem with the dates outlined for all the months with the exception of July.
yes, but Alfredo just offered, instead of meeting the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd, to move the commission meetings to the 8th and the 22nd.
Again, we said, all of us said we have no
So,
objection to the
okay,
schedule, with
all
the
right.
exception to confirming July.
Right.
Sorry, I'm not speaking English today.
Oh, yeah.
Nearly 12 in the print.
I know. Okay, any further questions? So we'll revisit the July dates on May 5th. Thank you. Okay. Anything on reports that are urgent? Well, we have 4 minutes. What? No? Okay, then we stand in recess, or adjourned. Thank you.